The Journal of Aframos Longjourney, Pilgrim, an Introduction. The Ravelwoods have fascinated scholars for nearly 2,000 years now, ever since the publication of Varnip the Larger's unbelievable bestiary. Scholars, naturalists, and hunters have been hungry for more information. Sadly, for many, many years, knowledge of the Ravelwoods came in bits and pieces, as passage there seemed to happen at random, through crumbling archways on abandoned estates, in caves in the desert, or even through the odd garderobe. Thankfully, the Petwise pathway has given us a more permanent, stable access way into this fascinating realm, and since its discovery, we have added to our store of knowledge by leaps and bounds. I myself first encountered information on Ravelwoods when, as a boy, I read Savage, Man-Eating Monsters of the Far Realms by the tragically abridged Ernest Bellrigger. Aside from providing wholesome entertainment, it sparked in me a fascination and lifelong love of that far-off place. I devoted my life to the subject, coming here, to the Rev Library, where the greatest collection of works pertaining to Ravelwoods can be found. From Bovie Estuard's treatise on the politics of the Black-Shirt Crows, to Transitive Norton's On the River of Terror with Rod, Reel and Gun, they're all here. I have catalogued them, read through them, and cross-referenced them. I don't think that it's arrogant for me to say that I have become one of the best-read experts on the woods. And now I have a unique opportunity. When the arch-librarian was given a set of rare books and scrolls by the Poryarch of Beth, there was among them a very old volume. It was by one of those strange nomads who haunt the Barrow Desert, sometimes venturing out on strange pilgrimages to places even they do not know. Their journals, when they keep them, are always prized, of course. They are an honest people and not given to exaggeration. How wonderful, then, to find one detailing the Ravelwoods themselves. As I read through the journal, I was struck by his sense of wonder in his surroundings. Even the most mundane of the things he saw in the Ravelwoods were fascinating to him, and to me as well, seeing them through his eyes. Everything seemed new to me again. And there were some things he wrote about that were genuinely new to me, and to every other scholar on the Ravelwoods I've written to. And of course, some things I can only guess at. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and so I cannot keep this volume to myself. Therefore, I've taken it upon myself to annotate the journal, both for old researchers of the woods and for those who are new to this fascinating world. Whoever you are, if you love the wild and the wondrous, please read on.
Spring Equinox, 7th year, 81st turn. Spring has come, and it is time for all young conlins to begin their quests. That includes me.
Conlin roughly translates to child or hatchling, though perhaps youngster is a better word.
And tomorrow, I will learn what my task shall be. I will no longer be Aframos Tremoren. Tomorrow, I will get my task name, the name by which I'll be known for the rest of my life. I've been given this journal, which will detail my quest and the steps I undertook to complete my quest. If I do well enough, it will be given to later conlins to study before they undertake their quests. Will I be a crafter, like my first father? A priest, like my second father? Or perhaps a dowser, like my mother? Ironsword, Solwood, Deepwell. Their task names. Their adult names. They are no longer identified simply by their clan, but by who they have become. and by the quests they undertook to take those names. What will mine be? What task will the elders give me? Will I be able to live up to the task? I cannot help but think of my oldest brother, who failed his task. He was stripped of his task name. He has no status in the clan. He can never hope to be more than a third husband, even if he can find a female who wants him. I fear that I may end up like him. More, with both of the eldest sons disgraced, my family may never recover face. Still, the elders are fair. They will not give me an impossible task. I am not afraid to work hard. Whatever task they give me, I will finish. Or else I will die trying and save my family the shame.
And that is our first entry in the journal, and our first look at Aframos. I only commented lightly on this entry, both because I found the content to be self-explanatory and because my expertise does not extend to the culture of the Barrow nomads. I will explain the more puzzling terms, but for the most part, I will leave discussion of the nomads to other scholars. My business lies elsewhere in the text.
Marday, 1st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. Longjourney. My name is Longjourney. The elders made their decision, and I am torn. There have only been 2 Longjourneys in the histories, one of whom became a hero. It is an honor to receive the name, and yet it feels like a banishment. I understand why the elders chose this quest for me. It's clear as day. One son has already failed in his quest. If I fail as well, my family may never recover, and so I become a pilgrim. I am to go forth until I find something that the clan needs but does not have. If I find it, then I will earn my new name, and my family will be redeemed. And if I don't find it, if I don't come back, I will not be said to have failed. Either way, I cannot dishonor my family. The elders never said this, of course. They would not. They are too kind to do so. But I could see it in their eyes. They do not expect me to come back. And for my family, for my mother and my 3 fathers, I cannot. Not unless I complete my quest. It is hard, what I must do, but it is necessary. At least I have until the solstice to prepare. While the other conlins learn the basics of their new crafts, I will prepare myself, arrange supplies, and... I am sorry, I spilled my ink on that last part. I am distracted. I will write more tomorrow.
The next few entries deal with Aframos readying himself for his quest. There were few enough during the next 13 cycles, and most of them were of a very personal nature, as Aframos said goodbye to those around him. I hope I can be forgiven this sentimentality, but I felt it was best that these entries remain off this record. I will be skipping ahead to the beginning of his journey on the 13th cycle. Before I go any further, perhaps I should explain the calendar of the Barrow nomads. Where we divide the 420 days of the year into 14 months of 3 10-day weeks, the Barrow nomads have a much more complicated system. They divide the year into 4 seasons. These solstices and equinoxes are of cardinal importance to them. Important undertakings tend to begin on the equinoxes, whereas it's considered bad luck to start any new endeavor on solstices. Each season consists of its corresponding equinox or solstice, and 13 8-day cycles. Spring solstice is the first day of the year. Turns are marked by the passing of the windness Halley comet. The Barrow nomads not having a proper scientific grounding, call it the Bright Herald, and believe it brings news of the new turn to the world, or some such primitive superstition. Thus, a turn lasts roughly 82 1/3 years. The 8 days of the cycle are Ma Day, Sky Day, Rock Day, Burr Day, Skull Day, Erev Day, Tres Day, and Crow Day. You will therefore note that the next entry takes place 12 cycles later, or 96 days. 9.5 weeks may seem like a great deal of time to skip over, but trust me when I say that nothing of scholarly interest took place in that time.
Ma Day, 13th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. I have done it. This morning I left the clan at the late spring oasis. Now I will have a cycle of travel before the solstice, and will hopefully avoid misfortune. I will need as much luck as I can find. Today, travel was fairly uneventful. I am travelling north, towards the Far Downs.
The goat herders of the Far Downs are, I am told, a somewhat more civilized breed of troll, constantly at war with their wilder neighbors. Aside from making fine cheeses and textiles, they are famed for their engineering prowess, often creating bridges spanning miles out of nothing more than stone, wood, and woven goat hair.
I have never been there, but I have heard that the goat herders there are friendly. The money my first father gave me will be useful in dealing with them, so I am confident in that leg of my journey. Perhaps they can give me advice on where to go from there. I do have one note of interest. I passed by a large stone this afternoon. For the most part, it was identical to many other such stones in the desert. Reddish-brown, rough to the hand, and roughly spherical. It was about twice my height in diameter, and at high height, there was writing. It indicated that someone, I could not make out the name, had been there. There was a strange, almost totemic picture inscribed next to the writing, depicting some sort of creature peering over what I took to be a wall. Only the creature's fingers and the top of its head appeared over the wall. It had 2 crudely made circles for eyes and an oval snout. The head had neither fur nor scales on it, but that may be due to the stylized nature of the drawing. The only other significant feature of the figure were 2 large pointed ears, much like a fox's. I wonder who left it there.
The picture Aframos found on the rock was undoubtedly a totem of some sort, perhaps some sort of guardian over the area around the rock. Maybe in days gone by, people met by this rock and created a deity to keep watch. Truly fascinating. The writing, on the other hand, is clearly graffiti.
Skull Day, 13th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. I have reached the Far Downs this afternoon. There is scattered grass on the rolling hills, covering them like mould. The ground is firm and slightly damp beneath my feet. It is a little bit like the oases, or near the Trescu River, but it is also cool, even though it is afternoon. It is nice, I think, though I wonder what winters are like.
Despite their appearance, the Barrow nomads are warm-blooded. Indeed, they are very good at regulating their body temperatures, often learning to do so on a conscious level.
Well, it gets cold in the desert. My robes are thick. If I become too cold, I will simply need to buy thicker ones. In the distance, I can see a great darkness just over the horizon. At first, I believed it to be a storm. However, it hasn't moved all day. I think I may be seeing mountains. They say there are mountains beyond the Far Downs where the wild trolls live. Wild trolls are large, nearly as big as I am, and supposedly tremendously strong, even compared to their cousins.
A male mountain troll of the Varidan's crest subspecies generally attains a height of 8 to 9 feet. The females are somewhat larger.
I will need to plan my route carefully once I have a clearer idea of where I can go from here. Hopefully the goat herds can tell me where to go and how to avoid their dangerous cousins. Where should I go? I still don't know. I could go to the cities in the east. Strong metals come from the east, and the tribe could certainly use the secret of that work. But does it need it? Or I could go to the north. They know powerful magics in the Northlands, and there are certainly things that could benefit my people. But I am not a mage. Could I learn enough? Or I could circle the desert and learn the mysteries of the spirit. But neither am I a priest. I have spoken with my second father enough to know that. How can I separate which mysteries are valuable and which are not? At least I may ignore the West. There is nothing in that direction but ghosts and demons. I will learn nothing of value there.
As a Westerner, I hardly need mention that Aframos was wrong about this, the Revision and Oversight Committee notwithstanding.
Erev Day, 13th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. I met a goat herd today. His name was Grotmore Horgan. He was cautious, but friendly enough once he saw I was no threat. His goats seemed more careful, and none would approach me closely. I am usually good with animals, but his goats seemed less inclined to believe my good intentions. Grotmore did not know of anything I might find to help my clan. However, he told me that a hermit lives nearby. The hermit is called Twisthorn, and Grotmore said he was a traveller in his youth. He might have encountered something my clan will need. I haven't found the hill that Twisthorn calls home yet, but I did see something most interesting. It was late in the afternoon, and the sky was a light grey blue. I heard something in the air. It sounded like a low buzzing, almost like a nest of bees. I looked up, and there was a most peculiar thing. It was flying, like a bat or a harpy, but it appeared to be a made thing. As near as I was able to tell, it was made of cloth, wood, and thin pieces of metal. There was a central box-like structure, and I saw what looked like a clockwork within. I thought I saw crystals set on its surface, but I could not be certain, as it moved very quickly. I watched it fly around me for several minutes before leaving, heading to the west. Was it indeed a device of some sort? If so, who made it, and for what purpose?
This device bears a striking resemblance to similar clockwork engines found in parts of the Ravelwoods. However, those tend to be more aggressive than the one Aframos encountered. Extrot Misplaw theorizes that they're scouts, the more powerful intelligent machines part of a mechanical empire. While it's tempting to dismiss this theory out of hand, one must remember the legend of the Gearnaut civilization, told in many disparate parts of the Ravelwoods and associated worlds.
I was told there were strange things outside the desert, and this did not seem dangerous. Tresday, 13th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. I feel like a bit of a fool now. I was supposed to be looking for a rock that looked like a face. However, I was looking for a barrow face instead of a troll's. It is obvious in hindsight, but I didn't realize it until I'd been leaning against the rock in question. Once I found that landmark, I was able to find the Hermit's Hill very quickly. By mid-morning, I had found the cottage. An old troll was sitting on a wooden chair by the door. He introduced himself as Twisthorn. Twisthorn is an interesting person. He is the largest troll I have ever seen. If age hadn't bent his back, I think he would be taller than I am.
This would make Twisthorn one of the largest trolls in that part of the world. It is likely that he was from the northern mountains, where trolls grow larger. It is strange that he had taken up with the civilized goat herds, but it's not entirely unheard of.
One of his horns is straight from his head, as was Grotmore's, but the other has a sharp bend halfway, pointing it forward. I believe that was how he got his name. I felt it was impolite to ask. He seemed slightly surprised to see me. I think he was expecting company from someone else. He was most accommodating, however, and invited me in for tea. Twisthorn's home is a strange building. It is not made of stone or clay, as other buildings I've seen. Instead, it's made of wood from trees. There aren't many trees in the Far Downs, so he must have gone far afield to gather enough wood for its construction. Its roof is made from cut grasses, made into what Twisthorn calls thatch. There are windows made of glass in the walls, which seem out of place in such a modest building. In Nalifron, few people can afford more than 1 or 2 glass windows. I have heard it is much the same in other cities. Twisthorn's home has 10 of various sizes and shapes. At least, I think it has 10. I only counted 7 on the outside, but I can see 10 inside. They range from a small square window as large as my hand to a large star-shaped window high in the north wall. The inside is oddly cluttered. There are strange bottles, jars, and other containers on shelves, with papers scattered around them. There are several chairs and 2 beds, only one of which has been slept in. He owns many books, certainly more than 100, and wrote many of them himself. Chests and boxes occupy every bit of space not taken up by furniture, with just enough space left over to move around. There is also a large writing desk where I am sitting now. We drank tea, flavoured with odd spices, while I told Twisthorn why I was travelling. He thinks that he can help me, but explained that he needed to look at something first. He left, asking me to watch his cabin overnight.
It may seem strange that the hermit was so willing to entrust his home to a complete stranger, but barrow nomads are noted far and wide for their honesty. There have been only a few thieves among the nomads, and they have all been outcasts of one sort or another. Theft simply isn't tolerated in their culture.
He showed me how to work his stove and invited me to try more of his tea. There is a pump over a basin, so he does not need to go outside for his water or store it in jars. This is a change from the desert, where water is scarce and must be rationed carefully. He said that I could sleep in his spare bed, but I believe I will be more comfortable on the ground. I have never slept on a bed before, and it seems that it wouldn't feel natural to sleep raised above the earth. While a good bedroll is helpful, especially when the ground is damp, a bed seems too high. I wonder what it is that Twisthorn had to see to, and what it has to do with my quest. Still, he seems to know what he is talking about, and he has obviously travelled widely. I await his return. Crow Day, 13th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. Into the trees. So much has happened today. I am unsure where to begin. I am almost tempted to leave this entry for tomorrow, but then that will simply mean more to write about. I suppose I should begin with Twisthorn's other guest. Early in the morning, no more than an hour after I awoke, Twisthorn returned with a strange bird creature dressed in fine silk clothing. She was extremely small, barely coming up to my knee. Her feathers were red as rust, and her clothes were a pale green with darker patterns across it. Her curved beak was yellow, with red designs painted on it. Twisthorn introduced her as Rising Whistle 2 Clicks. An odd name, but it is apparently the closest approximation of her name in the trade language.
The visitor was clearly one of the astronomers from Anagog. Their musical language is quite difficult for most to understand, let alone transcribe. Rising Whistle 2 Clicks is equivalent to a name, meaning blood of the heart. Of course, I'm told by our resident Anagogian scholar that it could also mean giant fish or oblong fiddle. or a number of other phrases, depending on how one said or sang it.
She is a stargazer, like the priests among my people, watching the comings and goings of the stars.
With such a barren land, is it any wonder the Barrow nomads take such an interest in the skies?
She was visiting Twisthorn on her way to the desert, in fact. Twisthorn had been making certain she was safe. There was mention of some minor difficulties with bandits, but she seemed none the worse for wear. Twisthorn had a cut across one gnarled hand, but he was in high spirits. We quickly sat down for tea, and Rising Whistle asked me to tell her of my people. I obliged, paying special attention to our knowledge of the heavens. Fortunately, my second father taught me a great deal. He was always disappointed that I lacked the mindset to become a priest. Still, I was able to tell her what I knew of the skies, and she was very excited. Her people have been studying the skies nearly as long as mine have, and she was hoping to trade knowledge for knowledge. I know that she will have great success, for my people love the stars. Learning something of stars in other skies would be knowledge truly worth having. After we were done discussing my people, Twisthorn changed the subject to my quest. He said that he had an idea that might help me. It was dangerous, he said, but it might be worthwhile. I told him that I was not afraid of danger, and I am not. It is only failure that I fear. Failure and growing old away from the Barrow. I could take death far easier than that, I think. He reached into a chest and pulled out a flute. It was a beautiful instrument, made of black lacquered wood, with stars etched along its length. He raised it to his lips, and he began to play. The music was beautiful, and I almost missed what happened as he played it. Mice began to move out from corners around the cottage. They came from under papers, from behind chests, and from holes in the walls, eyes bright and alert. They did not scurry, like mice usually do, but moved in a strange, rhythmic motion. After a moment, I realized they were dancing. They formed into groups and began to dance together, pairing up to move around the room in graceful patterns. I have heard of these sort of dances, which they do in the larger cities to the north, but I'd never actually seen one, and certainly not performed by mice. I leaned over them to take a closer look, but they did not panic. They kept up their dance and ignored all else. Finally, Twisthorn stopped playing, and the mice ran back to their hiding places. He explained that he had picked it up in his travels. It was only an amusement, but he hinted that he had held more powerful objects in his time. While he no longer had them, he knew where to find them, or ones like them. This was the best news I'd heard. While the flute wouldn't be too useful to us, we keep specially bred sarlafins to keep mice down.
Sarlafins are a winged creature with a body and disposition similar to a weasel.
It showed a kind of magic that an ordinary person could use. He mentioned a flask that contained a never-ending supply of water. We always need water in the desert. I asked to know how I could find such things. He told me to travel a league to the north and 3 leagues east. If I travelled there, and if I was meant to travel to the strange lands he'd visited, I'd find something. When I asked what I would find, however, he refused to tell me. Rising Whistle spoke up, saying I would know it when I saw it. Twisthorn helped me gather my things and gave me some of his tea. He also gave me a sharp troll-made dagger. It is plain, but forged well, with a good balance. I tried to turn it down, not feeling worthy of such largesse, but he said that I would need it. All he asked in return was that I try to return one day to tell him of my travels. I agreed, and I hope to keep that promise, though now I am less sure if I will be able to. After I said my goodbyes to Twisthorn and Rising Whistle, I set out. It was still morning, but the sun was already high above the horizon. I followed Twisthorn's directions as best I could, walking up and down the grassy hills. I did not see any goat herds, and now I suspect they avoid the place. The grass had been very high, not cropped by animals that I could see. I couldn't see anything but stones. It was mid-afternoon when I had gone as far as Twisthorn had said, and I began to explore. There were a lot of rocks around, but not much else. For lack of anything better to do, I explored the rocks. Like the other rocks in the Downs, they were dark grey, rough and cracked. They made for difficult footing. I nearly fell several times, but I managed to catch myself with my walking stick. There didn't seem anything remarkable about them, compared to the hundreds of others I'd seen since leaving the desert, but there was nothing else of interest I could see. Finally, I came to a larger outcrop. It was composed of 3 different stones sticking out of the ground like crooked teeth, leaning together. They were tall and formed a crude tripod. I didn't think much of them until I saw a bird swoop out from beneath 2 of the stones. What made it strange was that I hadn't seen it fly into the stones. Now, it could have been hiding there, but it hadn't been moving very quickly. I decided to look more closely. I walked under the stones, and I did not find myself on the other side of the stones. I was surrounded by trees.
An expedition will soon be mounted to confirm the existence of this entrance to the Ravelwoods.
Not small little trees like the stunted ones that dot the farlands, or even the trees in the oases or by the Trescu. These were giants of trees. They stretched far above my head, so very far. I could not see the tops of them, and very little sunlight filtered down to me. However, tall as they are, they do not grow straight. Their branches twist and turn like snakes, and even their trunks have odd bends in them.
These trees are, of course, typical for the woods.
How they stand, I cannot say. I have trouble understanding how anything so tall could be possible, let alone something as twisted as a bandit's loyalties. I was on a path, one barely wide enough for 2 barrow to walk abreast. Bushes lined either side, laden with brightly coloured flowers and berries. Butterflies flew from flower to flower, and I heard birds singing around me. More flowers grew on vines that climbed up the trees, and small plants nestled in the crooks of their branches. Little lizards scampered from tree to tree, almost too quickly to be seen. A gentle, warm rain tickled me as it filtered through the canopy above. I am now a little way off the path, in a little glade. The rain has stopped, but I am still in the forest. I am unsure how I got here, but I will continue to explore. Summer solstice, 7th year, 81st turn. 2nd day in the trees. This is a very wet land, wherever I am. It rained at mid-morning, and again this afternoon. Is this usual for this land, or am I merely in time for the rainy season? I suppose it has to be usual, for the dense greenery. It is strange to think of so much water. I awoke covered in dew, which collected in my scales and ran to the corners of my mouth, affording me a drink. It was very refreshing. There was a little pond in the glade I had slept in, so I decided to take the opportunity to take a bath. We so rarely get a chance to immerse ourselves in water. It feels good to swim, to move through the water like I can fly, even in such a small pond. It was very fun. There were small fish swimming in the pond, and I caught one. It was brightly coloured red on top, with a pale belly.
My colleagues in exoichthyology were unable to make an identification based on such a short description.
I let it go, as it was too small for cooking. And as the day wore on, it became hot enough for me to appreciate my swim and the deep drinks I took. Not as hot as the desert must be, but still hot enough that I decided to rest at noon. While I sat by the trail, leaning against the trunk of a tree, I felt something land on my head. At first, I thought it was probably a large leaf or a small branch, but then I felt it move. I stood as still as possible while I waited for it to show itself. Presently, a small creature climbed down from my head to my shoulder and then down my arm. It took me a moment to recognize it as similar to the monkeys that they keep as pets in Narlefron. However, this one had a light brown fur, not dark red, and it was half their size. But the face, and the way it used its tail as an extra arm, was unmistakable. It used me as a perch for a while, and I moved very little while it did, only watching it. Then it jumped across the path, up into another tree, and disappeared among its branches. I don't think it ever realized I was alive. What a marvelous encounter.
A marvelous encounter with Trelkeson's surprised monkey. The species is quite shy, so it is unlikely it knew what Aframos was.
When I resumed my walk, I soon found the trees changing. I have not visited many forests, but this still strikes me as unusual. The broad-leafed trees I had been seeing were slowly being replaced. The new trees had rougher bark and smaller leaves, and the bushes were not quite as dense. Even the birds began to sound different. Still, what do I know of forests? Perhaps this is the usual way of it.
Here, Aframos encounters his first shift. Always a disorienting experience for new travelers in the woods.
This is a short entry, but it took me an hour to write. How typical of the summer solstice. Sky Day, 14th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 4th day in the trees. It's been only a few days since I found the strange rocky outcrop among the far downs. Already, I've seen such strange sights as I never thought possible. I have never seen so much greenery in all my life. Not even near the river crescent of the Trescu were there so many plants. And such plants! Trees so high I can hardly see their tops. Flowers that bloom in every colour imaginable. I've even with my own eyes seen a plant that moved of its own accord, trapping flies.
Venus flytrap of some sort, perhaps. Or possibly a loom web orchid.
Truly, this is a wondrous place. But it is not a place without hazards. I found out this morning. I was walking down the path, and who makes these paths, I wonder? Something to find out later. When I saw a strange beast peering at me through the bushes. In aspect, it was similar to the great cats that roam the moorlands, though with a coat of dappled orange and black rather than mottled brown. However, it was smaller, and I made the mistake of thinking it was thus less dangerous. I decided to approach it, thinking that if I could tame it, I might have a companion for my journey. No sooner did I reach toward it than it flung itself at me, nearly knocking me over as it scraped at me with its terrible claws. It went straight through the thick robes I wore, as though they were lightest silk. Only through Providence and my thick hide was I saved from terrible damage. As it was, I have many deep scratches and cuts that I must tend to, lest they sour. I was finally able to grasp the cat by its neck and kill it.
What Aframos encountered was most likely a jungle canny cat, Felis scotius tropicus, though Auster Browndon has suggested it may be a dwarf subspecies of jaguar. Given the size of the pilgrim, one could even suppose a normal jaguar. I suppose I should give Evan Oddsworth's magic tiger theory a mention, though no one takes him particularly seriously these days, not since the unfortunate business with the blimp.
After it was dead, I heard a soft mewling. I moved the bushes near where the cat had hidden itself and discovered the reason for her ferocity. Yes, her, for I found 2 kittens there, obviously of the same kind. I felt shame at that moment, for who could fault a mother for protecting her young? If I had left well enough alone, we should both be alive, and these kittens would have their mother. Now I was left with a problem. What was to happen to these 2 little creatures? If I left them, they would surely starve or be eaten by some other predator. But what do I know of caring for these creatures? Still, what is done is done. I knew there was only one decision I could live with. I took the 2 of them and placed them inside of my haversack and carried them with me. As I sit by the fire, they watch me with shining eyes. They do not understand what has happened, nor can they know my intentions towards them. But they do not shy away when I touch them, and nor do they bite or claw me when I pick them up. I have named one of them Suja and the other Martap.
Translates to luck and courage, respectively.
They will need both to survive. I hope I have done the right thing. Beer Day, 14th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 6th day in the trees. The kittens are hungry, I am sure of it. But they won't eat. I've tried everything I can find, but they won't eat any of it. I'm certain that they're meat eaters, with those sharp little teeth. Why then won't they eat the birds or small animals I've caught for them? What did their mother feed them, if not these?
It may seem odd that Aframos didn't know this. However, we must keep in mind that his experience with milk-bearing animals would be limited. I am given to understand barrow nomads feed their hatchlings fresh meat and occasional roots from the time they are born.
I've even tried feeding them plants, for all the good it did. They are already less energetic than they were yesterday. They no longer climb on me, nor do they explore the campsite with the same interest. They mew loudly, and I worry about how long they can last without food. They've already begun to attract predators. This evening, after I'd made camp, I heard something nearby, in the bushes. On the edge of the firelight, I saw a strange creature. It walked on 2 legs, but it had a head like a jackal's, and it wore no clothing. Its body was covered with coarse, brown hair. It was not carrying any weapons, but when it opened its mouth, I could see long, sharp teeth.
Clearly a Pool's wolf. These predators are cunning hunters who use pack strategies to take down large herbivores. It is unlikely that they would have attacked Aframos in any case. While a pack would certainly be capable of bringing him down, he would be outside their food paradigm. They were likely more curious than anything else. Still, one cannot forget that Etrimor Pool disappeared under very suspicious circumstances. They never did find a body.
I could hear other things moving around us, presumably others like it. I stood up and opened my mouth, showing my own teeth and looking it in the eye. As we stared at each other, I let my robes drop, covering the kittens, and puffed up, making myself look larger than I am. After a moment, it turned and left, and I heard the others move away too. I built the fire up after that, but it will be a long time before I am able to sleep. School day, 14th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 7th day in the trees. Martap is dead. He still would not eat this morning and was no longer mewling for food. By noon, he had stopped breathing. I buried him away from the trail and made a small cairn over the grave. I said a prayer for him before I left. May he have water for his journey and stars to guide his steps. My own steps were heavy and slow. I had lost one cat, and the other was slowly dying. For guidance, I chanted as I walked, hoping the low tones would raise my spirits and perhaps bring us luck, my passenger and I.
Barrow chanting is typically described as being not unlike a ruminant with a bad yet very rhythmic digestion.
Some kind god must have found me, for when I stopped that afternoon, Suja began to eat the small strips of meat I gave to her. Slowly at first, then ravenously. I swiftly caught 2 more birds for her, that she would have fresh meat. She is still weak, and I am not sure yet if this has saved her, but I am hopeful. While she ate her fill, I built a small shrine to whatever god of the forest or of the roads listened to my prayers. As I write this, she is sleeping by the fire. We travelled again and are now in a clearing near a stream. There are wildflowers growing, and I am comforted by this reminder of life. But even here, there is strangeness. The stream flows uphill. I was unsure at first, but I tested the slope by rolling small pebbles down by the bank of the stream and by floating small leaves in the water. The pebbles roll one way, but the stream flows the other. When I took a quick walk upstream, I found a waterfall where the water jumped to the top. There is magic here, I am sure of it.
No one knows why streams like this form in parts of the Ravelwoods. There are 3 competing theories. The first is that they are a basic consequence of the instability of time and space in the Ravelwoods. This was proposed by Bedlam Baroque in his work The Palace of Light. The second is that the strong magics that tend to collect in the woods cause them to form. This was proposed by Ixtrot Misplaw in his volume What You Didn't Want to Know About the Ravelwoods, But I Shall Tell You Anyway. Finally, the oldest of the 3 theories, seen earliest in a work by Varnip the Larger himself, is that it's just one of those things, capitalization his. While it lacks a certain scientific rigor, I admit there are times I want to catalogue entire sections of the Ravelwoods lore under this category.
Still, the stream has fish, and I caught several for us. If she will eat, I will be sure to feed her. Erev Day, 14th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 8th day in the trees. Suja is doing better. She woke me up several times last night for food, and she's regained much of her former energy. She makes a buzzing sound at times. I wondered about it at first, but it seems to indicate that she's well. I pet her in the evenings, and she lays by my side. Sometimes she rolls on her back and savages my arm gently. So tiny, but already so fierce. She will be a very good hunter when she comes into her full growth, I am sure. Will she need to learn to hunt, the way conlins must learn from their parents? Or will she know already, the skill engraved on her heart, as with Salifins? If she does not know, would it be so terrible? I will take care of her. I can hunt for the both of us. She is welcome company in a strange land, and I would be glad to have her by my side. Still, there is no reason to worry about things that have not come and I cannot change. I do not know what will happen, and making plans on a maybe is building a palace on a dune. Today, we found a most remarkable thing. It was a stairway by the path. It is of the spiral kind, made of metal and stone. It soared high above the earth, supported by nothing but air. Vines trailed in and out of the railing, and spiders had made their webs underneath. It looks as though it should fall in the first storm, but it looks old to my eyes. Still, things weather more quickly with frequent rain, or so I have heard. I nearly passed by, but I could not resist testing the staircase with my weight. Gently, carefully, I placed one foot on the stairs, and then another. It held without even a crack. Feeling bolder, I went up another stair, and then another. Then I was walking up the spiral of the stairs, climbing clockwise towards the canopy. I counted the steps as I went, and was soon in the hundreds. When I had reached the 217th step, I stopped to rest. Suja jumped down from my pack and looked at the stairs. There were fewer vines at that height, though there were more spiderwebs. I saw one brightly coloured spider eating a dragonfly, hunter eating hunter.
I wish Aframos had been a proper naturalist. His descriptions are often a bit lacking.
Then a small green and yellow bird swooped down and swallowed the spider. Was this an omen? Or just a reminder that there were many hunters in these woods? Once I was rested, I continued up the stairs, Suja following behind. She occasionally stopped to sniff the vines or bat at nearby spiders, but she was always caught up quickly when I got too far away. After another 50 steps, she climbed up my tattered robes and rode the rest of the way on my shoulder. After 400 steps, we passed through the canopy. The stairway continued even higher. Now that the way was no longer curtained with trees and vines, the height was dizzying. I must confess that I froze for several moments while the forest spun below me. I clutched the metal railing, and my colour went dark with fear. After several minutes, and Suja's puzzled growling, I reined my fear in and continued upward. After another 50 feet, I reached a platform. On the platform was a weathered bronze bell. A metal inscription underneath it read, "In case of peril, ring bell." After some thought, I decided to leave it alone. I am not in any extraordinary danger, so far as I am aware, and did not wish to find out what would happen if the bell was rung in vain. Still, I cannot imagine what sort of peril a bell might help with, nor why peril need be capitalized. Tresday, 14th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 9th day in the trees. Today I found a structure. I hesitate to call it a building. While it once had a roof, it does not look like any other building I have ever seen. Rather than being box-like or round, it was a shapeless mass covered in dirt. If rotting logs were not exposed, I might have thought it was a hillock.
It could have been a hobhole. It was probably for the best that it had been abandoned. Hobs are nasty little creatures, and their diets are even worse than their manners. Only their famously refined taste in music makes them at all tolerable.
My first clue was that what appeared at first to be bushes cresting the mound had leaves like those on one of the nearby trees. I realized quickly that it was a tree growing from much lower down than the top. After going around it several times, I felt certain I had located a doorway. It was half buried and overgrown with bushes, but I managed to clear it out. I squeezed through the small opening and looked around. The sunshine streaking through a tree grown up in the structure showed a place that had been long abandoned. I could see pieces of wrought wood, but they were so weathered and broken that I could not tell if they had been part of a table, chair, or any recognizable piece of furniture. The most intact item I found was a metal desk. It was badly rusted, and one leg had been twisted off and thrown to the side. The exposed metal gleamed brightly, with hardly any rust. Experimentally, I tried to pull off one of the other legs, but it proved too strong, even rusted as it was. Clearly, whatever pulled off the leg was stronger than me. Thinking I might spend the night in the place, I explored further and soon uncovered several smaller rooms. One held what may once have been a statue made of dark stone. It had been broken into many smaller pieces. The only identifiable part was an arm, small, and with a strangely smooth, scaleless, furless hand, reaching out as though to touch me. I cannot say why, but I found myself afraid of the thing and could not bring myself to touch it. Suja would not enter the room. Another room held a hive of bees, which buzzed warmly at me until I backed away. I had no mind to have them swarm me and possibly sting my eyes or nostrils. The final room I found was half hidden behind the trunk of the tree. There had been a door once, I think, but it had been torn out of the walls. Claw marks scarred the floors, and there were animal bones littered about. Some of them looked disturbingly fresh, with bits of meat still sticking to them. The tooth marks on them looked very deep.
Most likely the lair of a juvenile margroin. They prefer small, dark lairs until they've reached their adult height of 15 feet. Once they're fully grown, they no longer worry about predators and sleep out in the open. Only demonkin are a threat to an adult margroin.
I am now in a camp several miles away, in a cave protecting Suja and myself from 3 sides. I have piled up thorny plants in the front of the cave, and I am keeping the fire built up high. I am reminded what the great hunter Telenar Sandtracker once told me. One does not need to be impossible for predators to catch, only harder than convenient. I hope this is enough to discourage whatever was in that room. Marday, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 11th day in the trees. For the first time since entering the woods, I met another person. I think. It was a small creature, only slightly larger than Rising Whistle 2 Clicks had been. It had a long tube-like body with 6 long, attenuated limbs ending in 3 fingers. It moved as though it had no bones. It had 2 eyes with large black pupils and 2 dark spots above them that might have been another pair of eyes. Its mouth was just a slash across the oval head. It had no nose. I would have taken it for an animal if it had not covered itself in old, greying rags.
I do believe this is a larval sphingid. The young ones tend to be very shy until they've metamorphosed into their adult form. Once they have the scaled wings and feathery antennae their species is famous for, they become much more daring and attracted to bright lights, of course.
It was shambling forward on 4 of its limbs when I came across it. It stopped short when it noticed me and raised itself upon 2 limbs, keeping 4 free. We regarded each other for a moment, and then I said, "Hello." It fell backwards, catching itself on its arms, then scrambled away as fast as it could, backwards and upside down. It was in the bushes in a trice, and I could hear it moving up the trees. I wonder why it was so afraid of me. Perhaps it simply didn't answer me. I caught a glimpse of another interesting creature, if only for a moment. Suja and I were bending down to a stream to drink when we saw a small furry shape leave the water momentarily. Its short fur was dark brown, and it had short, stout limbs ending in webbed feet. Its tail was flat and like a paddle. I might have supposed it was a relative of the otter, save that it had a beak instead of a snout. It was a broad, flat beak, like a waterbird's.
Almost certainly a platypus, Ornithorhynchus anatinus, also called a duckbill or water mole.
Before I could get a closer look at it, it suddenly dashed back into the water and swam away before I could see more of it. What a curious place this is. Sky Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 12th day in the trees. Suja has made a complete recovery. When she is not riding in my pack, she is exploring everything around us and otherwise making a complete nuisance of herself. Occasionally, she cries out to be rescued from dangerous insects or suspicious leaves, but she is otherwise fearless. Today, in fact, she made her first kill. I was still half asleep when I heard a small commotion in the corner of our campsite near my pack. I wondered what had happened when Suja marched up to me, something in her mouth. She proudly dropped her package at my feet, and I found that she had caught a rat. It was much smaller than she, but I am still very happy for her. She is a hunter in her bones.
And again, Aframos misses a perfectly good opportunity to describe a valuable specimen. What I wouldn't give to know what sort of rat it was.
I found more evidence of people today. Where the path met a river, someone had constructed a wooden bridge. It was too narrow for me to use, and I had to wade across, but it was heartening to see that someone else used this path. Suja rode on the top of my head, huddled under my hood. My head would have looked very strange had there been anyone there, seeming much larger than it really is. We were soon across, and Suja jumped down and began to clean herself, as though the river or my hood had offended her, and she needed to wash them away. Rock Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. Morning, 13th day in the trees. Someone was in our campsite. I have checked through all of my bags, and it's puzzling. Nothing has been taken or even disturbed. I heard nothing all through the night. Neither Suja nor I have been harmed. Indeed, I would not have known anyone had been here, except that they left behind a book, a string of glass beads, and a rattle. They were piled on a rock by the remains of the fire. There were no tracks in the dirt that I could make out, and they would have had to walk very close to me to leave them there. It is very puzzling. The beads are in alternating bands of red, blue, yellow, and orange. There are 36 beads in total, and the string is just long enough to wrap around my wrist. The rattle is made of a yellow clay, though I am not sure what is inside it. It is painted in a pattern of green lines. 2 brown feathers are tied to it by a leather thong. What its purpose might be, I cannot guess. The book is old and worn. I had hoped it might give some clue to our guest, but its contents were mostly impossible to read. Some lines were legible, but never enough to give more than a brief glimpse in the narrative. It appears that a wombat features heavily, whatever that may be.
Wombats are mythical creatures, full of allegorical import. Terran and Sensible, based on the descriptions of the ancient scholar Heron the Elder, believes they were actually dwarfs seen at great distances while drunk.
Other phrases I could read include the stone egg swallowed by the frog, baking in fear, and remember Tunnel 17. My far the longest legible entry is a piece of doggerel. Hearken to the shad, and then something illegible. Born of strange and darkling light. In the midst of forests wild, see the beasts, beware their fright. There is also a picture that appears to be of two mice carrying something away from a dragon, perhaps? I cannot glean anything from the book as yet. I will look at it further in the evening. I cannot help but worry, though. If one creature, however benign, made it into our campsite without my knowledge, what else might find its way in? Rock Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. Evening, 13th day in the trees. The weather cooled considerably today. It was not cold, but nor was it very warm. It changed very abruptly, and when it did, so too did the trees. They are tall and twisted like all trees I have seen in this place. But unlike all other trees I have seen, they do not have leaves. They have long green needles. Occasionally, I see what looks like a pineapple made from wood peeking out of a cluster of these needles. Their bark looks grey and leprous. We are camped in a copse by the path. Suja is sporting with small furry animals that run up and down the trees. They have grey fur and bushy tails.
I suspect these are squirrels, a creature not too dissimilar from falscree. Unlike the falscree, squirrels do not sing, nor are they inclined to discuss the finer points of wind instruments.
So far, they have eluded her. Occasionally, one will scold her from a perch in the branches above. I did see one larger animal today. It was something like the horses the Dejaro ride, but was slender and more graceful. Its fur was brown, lighter on its underside. It had 2 horns on its head, but the strangest horns I had ever seen. They split into many smaller ones, like tree branches. I half expected to see leaves sprouting from it.
Deer are fairly common in the Ravelwoods. There are more than 60 species catalogued, from the swamp-dwelling chameleon deer to the carnivorous blood deer. The specimen Aframos saw was a buck, but I cannot place the species.
Unfortunately, before I could get a better look at it, the wind shifted and it caught our scent. With a leap, it bounded away into the underbrush. I wish I could have seen more of it, for it truly was a beautiful animal. After I made camp, I studied the book further. There are occasional words I can make out, but frustratingly little. What is any of it supposed to mean? Why was it left in our campsite? There must have been a reason. If it was simply rubbish being thrown away, then there are surely better ways to do so than sneaking into a stranger's camp like a thief. Frustrated by the book, I examined the heads further. So far as I am able to tell, they are nothing more than a decoration. The rattle seems no different than a Conlin's toy, save for the feathers tied to it. What makes them so important? Perhaps I'm simply reading too much into it. Perhaps it was someone's idea of a joke, or a strange sort of charity. I suppose with my robes in such disrepair, I must look like a beggar. Still, I find it unsettling that they were left without my knowledge. Beer Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 14th day in the trees. Snow. I have heard of it, of course, but I had never seen it before. I hadn't been certain at first, when I saw the small drifts in the shadows of bushes and rocks, but when I touched it, it was cold as first night, and turned into water in my hands.
Temperatures do occasionally reach freezing in the Barrow, but the atmospheric conditions needed to make it snow are extremely unlikely.
I had noticed it had been getting colder as I walked, but I had not thought anything of it. But seeing snow, I realized that it must be colder. How is this possible, when it was so hot only a cycle ago? I had not thought I had travelled so far. I thought to keep going through, but soon the snow was getting ever deeper, even reaching into places where the sun fell. When the path was no longer clear of it, I had to turn back. My robes are not enough to keep me warm here.
It's entirely possible that Aframos had reached the wintered lands at this point. If so, turning back was his best option. It's no place to go unprepared.
Until I can find a place to get something warmer, I will need to turn back. It will mean backtracking a cycle, but I have time. It will mean chancing more encounters with the intruder, but it cannot be helped. Perhaps I will find something that will be of some help. At least I know most of the dangers on the way, as well as good places to camp. I should be able to make the return trip without incident. Skull Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 15th day in the trees. I have gotten lost, somehow. The path must have branched at some point, and I took the wrong turn. I've gone back down the path, but I do not recognize where I am now. I'm still among the trees with green needles, but these are giant, larger than any other I've seen so far. Their bark is red-brown, in contrast to the grey of the other needle trees I saw. They are more than 3 times as thick as I am tall.
I'm quite confident that this is the Ravelwood's subspecies of sequoia, among the largest trees known. They are second only to the mimimede.
They grow apart from each other, as though these giants did not want to crowd each other. Some trees grow in between, but not many. The light is dim, blocked by the massive branches above us. I have seen wind-broken branches that could crush a person as thin as paper. With the branches so high above, and the great spaces between the trees, I feel as though I were an ant crawling in some giant's home. There are fewer birds here, and often there is silence, as though the forest stands in prayer. Only Suja breaks the silence, crying to be fed. I should go back, so I do not lose my way, but I worry about getting even more lost. I will continue onward for now. After all, I cannot go home until I complete my quest. If I manage to find what I'm looking for, then I will worry about finding my way. For now, my way is wherever the path takes me. I found something interesting by the path. There was a cleared area where few trees had grown. There were stones piled up in a wall around the clearing, and in the centre, a stove. The stones were old and weathered, and the bricks of the stove were crumbling. The stove was surrounded by bushes, like a very strange piece of statuary in a garden. I soon realised that I was seeing a ruin, even older than the one I had seen before. There had been a house there once, and it had crumbled entirely. The wall and the stove were all that had stood up to time and the elements. Everything else had rotted away or been scattered. Soon, the wall would be gone, and so too would the stove. Already there were gaps in the wall where falling branches or other misfortunes had broken it. Will I ever find a person I can speak to in these woods? Perhaps they have all left, or maybe they fell to disease. No, that is ridiculous. Even if I ignore the strange creature I encountered, someone must maintain this path, as well as the bridge I crossed. And there was also the intruder. It was no animal that left us these strange gifts. I simply have not yet encountered anyone who wishes to speak. In time, I will find the inhabitants of these woods, and I will speak with them. Erev Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 16th day in the trees. Wish carefully, the sages say. You never know who is listening. I hoped yesterday to find someone to speak to. Today, I met Torn Patch Jacket. This morning, I was walking down the path, chanting to myself and Suja. We were still in the dim, open spaces beneath the giant trees, and I wished to show respect to any gods who might be there. It seemed the sort of place where gods would linger. While I was chanting a variation of the chant of greetings, I felt a tap between my shoulder blades. I would like to say that Torn is a master of stealth, but the simple truth is that I was not paying attention. I turned around as quickly as I could and got my first look at him. My first impression was of an ape, which had lost most of its fur. However, his mouth is much smaller than an ape's, and he stands much more upright, with longer legs. His arms are short and thin compared to an ape's. The top, sides, and back of his head are covered with a silky brown fur, but his face and hands are bald. I learned later that most of his body is likewise bald, with a few tufts here and there.
Why are humans found in so many diverse worlds so removed from each other? There are a number of theories. The Bertram-Vick-Broth hypothesis suggests an early human civilization that learned to span the multiverse. Ixtrot-Misplor believes that it's simply a case of convergent evolution. Personally, I think it's because they stick their fingers into everything and breed like rabbits, with all due respect to the good Lagamites of the East.
His clothing was a riot of colours. He was well named, for his jacket seemed to be made entirely from patches of brightly coloured cloth, so that there was no telling what the original colour may have been. His pants were only slightly less torn and repaired. He had a cloth cap on his head that was so bedecked in ribbons his head seemed as large as mine, though he is only as high as my waist. He bowed to me and removed his strange hat. "My Lord Grumbly," he said to me in a peculiar sing-song. "Whatever is the matter? Troubled by a toothache? Or is it your clothing's in a tatter? It's a beautiful day in the woods, I'd say. So why should you darkly natter?" I didn't understand his question. My spirits had been high as I listened to the birds and smelled the flowers. That was why I had been chanting, to show my happiness to the world. I said as much to him. "How curious," he said. "How strange." Thankfully, he spoke a bit more normally at this. "Heaven's around us," he said. "I could have sworn you were a manticore with a toothache, a centipede with sore feet, the way you carried on." It was then that I knew he was speaking of my chanting. I explained that no, it was a chant of joy, not of sorrow. He did not seem to believe me, but was polite about it. He then introduced himself as Torn Patch Jacket. He was a wandering fuel. I'm not certain what this entails, but it seems to be something like a minstrel or a storyteller.
Rent Jagcoat was the name of a wandering jester encountered by Ezran Goodlaw about 200 years before the time of Aframos's pilgrimage. I wonder if they might be related somehow.
I was struck by how full of energy he was. He danced while standing still, and he occasionally slipped into his sing-song rhyme. I asked him to sing for me, and he obliged. It was not terrible. It was not what I would call music, sloshing about like water, without the feel of sand in his voice like our singers have. Still, it was tolerable. His songs seemed to be about nothing in particular. I understood the words, for the most part, but I didn't understand what they were supposed to mean together. He asked if he might join me. I could hardly refuse. I do not own the road, and I cannot tell any person where he can or cannot walk. Still, I could almost wish I had. He sings constantly. Even while I'm sitting by the fire, he plucks the strings of a small wooden instrument, and the words pour out of his mouth like froth, his voice giving them no weight. When he is not singing, he is asking me questions about me, about my people, or about a particularly nice flower by the path. He asked me about nearly everything under the sun. I occasionally hint that it would be nice to have quiet for a moment, but he does not seem to have quite grasped the idea. I have never met anyone who spoke as much as this. This human. That is what he calls himself. A human. I have heard of them, of course, but I never realized they were so irritating. No, that is not fair. I do not know that other humans have been shaped by the same winds as Torn. He might be an aberration. I hope for the sake of those who live near other humans that this is so. Still, he seems kind enough. He is a good shot with his leather sling, and he caught enough to feed Suja. I caught a wild pig, which he helped roast over the fire. If he would be quiet for more than 5 minutes at a time, he would not be a terrible travelling companion. Crow Day, 15th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 18th day in the trees. I am glad today that Torn was with us. I still find him somewhat irritating, but I cannot ignore the fact that I would have been much worse off without his advice. We were walking down the road when it curved around a strange field of flowers. It made a half circle around the field before entering the woods again on the other side. The field was filled with flowers, all of one kind. The blossoms were yellow with red markings on the petals. They were quite fetching, and the jewel-like hummingbirds flying from flower to flower completed a scene of innocence. Occasionally, the hummingbirds would alight on white rocks that were scattered among the flowers. It was my intention to walk through the field to the other side. I thought that it would be pleasant to walk through the flowers and smell their perfume. However, as I was about to step off the path, Torn shouted a warning. I stood there, 1 foot raised, keeping perfectly still, unsure what he was warning me of. I wondered if there might be a snake, or perhaps a small wyvern near my feet that I could not see. Torn told me to step back, and I did so, still wondering what was wrong. I did not see, nor hear, nor smell anything that seemed to represent danger. He took a stick and lightly brushed one of the flowers. He pulled it back, and I saw several black specks on its length. Looking more closely, I realized that they were ants. They were normal-sized, as ants go, but they had strangely large jaws. They had bitten into the stick and were curled so that their stingers were pressed into the wood. There were only a dozen on the stick, though, and I wondered why they were so dangerous. Then I glanced back at the plant Torn had brushed, and it was covered in the insects. They moved all along its length, and a few were even venturing onto the path, making Torn step back. I did the same.
An ant garden. Gardener ants, Pseudomyrma topiaria, have a symbiotic relationship with the swarming lily, Lilius nothus. When an ant colony moves into a field, they bring with them seeds of the lily. They plant several lilies and begin cutting down other plants nearby. Other ants go afield and simply collect seeds which the colony feeds on while the lilies grow. This goes on until the lilies have taken over the entire field. Once the lilies are well established, they begin producing a special nectar for the ants, which makes up the bulk of their diet from then on. The lilies also provide shade and protection from predators. Hummingbirds are the only creatures capable of feeding from the flowers, hovering and moving too quickly for the ants to swarm. Turnos Natler, who first described and named the two species, described them thus: "A more perfect example of mutualism I have never seen, nor any species so dedicated to the protection of another. I hope they go extinct." Turnos was never one for proper scientific detachment.
"Round little cousins of the bee, mark your footsteps carefully," Torn said. "They would strip your carcass bare to fertilize those flowers there. Nothing left except your bones, used by birds as stepping stones." I realized that what I had taken for white rocks were in fact the bones of other animals that had made the same mistake I had. If Torn had not warned me, I suspect I would have been all right. I have a very tough hide, and it would not have taken more than a few bites before I would have realized what happened. It still would have been very unpleasant, and I'm glad that he was there. We passed the field over after that. I wish that I had dared to pluck a blossom from the field. Those flowers were so very pretty. Day, 16th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 19th day in the trees. We found a stream today, and Torn and I both bathed while Suja battered at the water. It was a clear, swiftly flowing stream, but the water was not too cold. Torn tested the water with a stick before setting foot in it. I would find his caution amusing if it hadn't been for the flowers yesterday, but once he was certain it was safe, he stripped and was soon splashing around, as full of his energy as ever. In high spirits, we began to splash each other. Our game was evenly matched. My tail allowed me to move more water, but he presented a much smaller target. While we dried, I asked him about the wrappings he wore around his wrists and ankles, even while he was bathing. They looked like bandages, but there was no blood apparent through them. It seemed strange to me that a calamity would strike both wrists and both ankles simultaneously. His smile didn't change, but there was a hard edge to his eyes I hadn't seen before. He told me it was a nothing and that I shouldn't concern myself with it. He then made a show of dancing with a passing butterfly. I let the subject go. If it is painful for him to speak of, I will not press him. I saw another of those strange, graceful horse-like creatures.
And once again, he sees an animal and does not describe it anything like well enough. It's enough to make a scholar put down his inkpot.
Torn said that they were good to eat, but I don't know that I could bring myself to eat one, even if I could catch one. They are too beautiful. Of course, I say this with a full belly and plentiful game around. I cannot say what I would do if I were truly hungry. I suppose I will look at that book again before going to bed. I have just looked at the book and I cannot believe what I am seeing. It has changed since the last time I looked at it. Parts are visible that I could not make out before. I've made out references to a revolt in some country I've never heard of. It seems to be from one of the rebels' point of view. References are made to irreconcilable grievances, unbearable hardships, and tyrannical leadership. From what I can glean, the rebellion was unsuccessful, and the losers were ultimately banished to another, harsher land, where they made a more egalitarian home. I can even make out a signature in this section. I wonder who this
The manuscript is illegible at this spot.
was, and where the country of Paradise is. Was their rebellion worth its loss? Rock Day, 16th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 21st day in the trees. Suja saved us today. We had been walking along the path when we saw something glinting in the bushes. We started to look more closely when Suja jumped out of my hood, where she had been sleeping. She stared at the bushes and let out a low growling. Torn and I both stopped, wondering what was the matter. Finally, Torn took a rock and tossed it into the bushes. There was a snap, and something thrashed around for several seconds. I got a glimpse of large eyes and a very large mouth before the bushes were still again.
I've never heard of such a creature. Clearly an ambush predator of some sort. I wonder if the lure is a natural part of the creature's body, or if it was a tool user. Well, it could have been nearly anything, I suppose.
Torn had no idea what it was, only that it would be a bad idea to investigate more closely. We stayed more towards the middle of the path the rest of the day. This evening, we both praised Suja mightily, and she basked under the attention, putting her head against us so that we would scratch her lightly behind the ears. I am glad that she is doing so well. She is growing quickly, and will soon be too big to sleep in my hood while I walk. She caught another rat this evening.
And again, he didn't describe what could very well be a very significant rat. I despair.
And I believe soon she will be moving on to larger prey. However, Torn is somewhat less happy to see her hunting instincts developing so well. While he was petting her, he rolled onto her back and bit down through the wrapping on his wrist. He yelped and pulled his hand away quickly, suffering scratches where her claws had been hooked into his arm. He was only slightly annoyed, though. He knew she did not mean any harm. However, in the future, I suspect that he will be more careful when petting her. Beer Day, 16th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 22nd day in the trees. It is quite warm again, and tonight we saw a most amazing thing. It had begun to rain this evening, and we were seeking shelter from the storm. We had gone a ways off the path when we saw an open field ahead of us, and standing just in front of us, at the edge of it, was a woman. She resembled Torn somewhat, except that she had odd growths on her chest, and her features were finer. She was built more lightly than he, and was shorter by half the height of his head. This seemed strange to me, that a female should be shorter than the male. Torn says that females of his species are like that, so who am I to say otherwise?
Barrow females are, of course, much larger than the males.
Torn walked up to her and asked her what she was looking for and whether she was lost. She glared at him and told him to be quiet. He began to say something, to no surprise of mine, and she struck him on his head. It wasn't a hard blow, and any force would have been cushioned by his hat, but it still made him quiet. I wondered if it would work for me, or if she had some special ability. "Watch," she said, hissing the words. "He's coming. Just watch." I wondered who was coming, and whether it was worth waiting in this rain, when there was a flash, and the thunder split the air. Then the dancer walked out of the trees on the other side of the field, and my heart was still. He was human in shape, like Torn, but more than 3 times my height. Black, bushy hair crowned his head, and more hair covered much of his face. There was something wild in his eyes. He walked with an easy grace that no creature that large should be capable of. The rain streamed down his body, wetting his hair, and making him seem even more wild. He looked around the field, though never quite at us. And then he began to dance. The storm came alive as he did. The rain began to beat a rhythm against the ground, and the wind started to sing. He stomped his feet, and lightning fell from the sky. He clapped his hands, and there was thunder. He spun, leapt, and moved as gracefully as a spider, as wild as a wyvern. The wind wrapped around him like a blanket, and the rain kept the measure. He danced to the storm, or the storm to him, I was not sure. And always his eyes would flash like the lightning, dark and powerful. Watching him, I felt frightened, joyful, angry, and sad all at once. I wanted to join him, to share his joy in the dance, in the terrible beauty of the storm. I was afraid of him, as I was of the storm, though I have never feared the weather since I was a very young conlin. I hated him because he was graceful as I never could be. I was sad because I knew this would end. We watched in silence as his dance continued. The rain was falling on us, even as it fell on him, but I did not know anything but the dance. It was hours before he stopped. It was only a few minutes. I do not know which. It felt like both. Finally, he slowed his steps, and the storm let go of its fury. The wind died down, and he moved with his impossible grace into the trees. I could not bear to watch him go, so I looked down to the woman. Her eyes, I realized, were mirrors of the dancers, dark, wild, and a bit mad. I knew when he disappeared because her face grew weary then. "I will dance with him," she muttered, as though we were not there. "Next time, I will dance with him." She looked back at us. She didn't say anything to us, and we didn't ask anything of her. I looked at her eyes again, and I realized that they held nothing of herself. There was only room for him in her eyes. We left her there, at the edge of the field, lost in her longing. I thought to help her for a moment, but I knew there was little I could do for her. She needed something no one could give. Perhaps not even the dancer. I feel a sadness inside. I will never see that dancer again, I know. I don't know how, but I know that I will not pass this way again. I am glad too, because I do not know whether I could watch a second time and still be entirely my own. Skull Day, 16th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 23rd day in the trees. The rain continued today, so we decided to stay in this cave for a little longer. I have time, if nothing else, and Torn says that he has no destination waiting. Having nothing else to do, and wanting some peace from Torn's chatter, I decided to explore the cave. We had only checked to make sure it wasn't occupied last night, and not gone too far in. I found paintings along the black wall. I have heard of such. Our people used to paint on the ancient stones in the eastern desert before we learned of writing. I once went there as a child and learned the old histories. But these were different. Where our ancestors drew pictures in lines to tell a story, these pictures were all around the wall, with no order, no sense to them. The central image showed a figure walking. It appeared to be like a fox or a jackal, that stood on two legs. It carried something, though whether it was a spear, a walking stick, or something else, I could not tell. It was walking towards a large circle, which was decorated with intricate designs. There were other pictures, with figures like the first. Some walked, some ran, some stood still. There were other objects in the pictures, mountains, trees, and rivers. Some appeared to be pictures of made things, like houses and wheeled boxes that I suspect were carts. There was a picture that showed a strange structure made of ever smaller rectangles piled on one another. There were very small figures drawn on it, so I knew it was depicting something very large. In a dusty corner, I saw a picture that was different from the rest. For one thing, it was a picture of clockwork, hundreds of interlocking gears and springs. For another, where the other pictures were very stylized, almost crude. This was so detailed that I had to touch it to confirm that it was painted on and not actual clockwork set into the walls. Admittedly, I can see no purpose to having clockwork in a cave wall, but nor can I see any purpose to painting the image of clockwork. I suspect that this picture was left by a different artist than the rest. For one thing, it seems much less worn. I wonder what the artist left it for. Soon, I had enough of looking at the pictures. I told Torn they were there, and so had a few more minutes of quiet while he looked for himself. Then he returned, and we spoke of what they might be. Torn is of the opinion that the pictures of the figures told a story, though he could not make out what it was either. He is certain that there must be a pattern to it that we are both missing. He said, "The pictures are a story, and who knows what they tell? A tale of long-lost glory, or of falling into hell?" Perhaps, but we are unlikely to find the key by staring at them. Erev Day, 16th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 24th day in the trees. We had a very eventful day today. We woke up to find that the rain had stopped. We made breakfast, and I decided to have another look at the pictures in the back. I was looking at the gear picture again, and noticed that in the center, much smaller than the gears surrounding it, was what looked like a picture of a button. I wondered if perhaps this was actually a picture of a device. I imagined seeing all of those gears turning, all activated by the press of a button. I tried to imagine what a machine with so many parts might do, other than stop working, as clockwork tends to do with distressing regularity, unless you take special pains to keep out sand. I touched the painting again, this time brushing my thumb claw against the button. The gears began to turn. Do not misunderstand me. The gears were not real. They were simply painted on the stone. But they still turned. I could see the grain of the stone beneath them, seeming to crawl underneath the paint. But the gears turned. I cried out, and Torn came up quickly, as did Suja. We stared at the turning gears, and I wondered what was to happen next. The cave became lighter, so that my little lamp became of no consequence. There was no source for the light, but it seemed as bright as though the sun was shining through the ceiling. Nearby, the pictures began to move. In the central image, the figure walked the circle, which likewise seemed to move to the figure. It floated in the air, and then landed in front of it. I entered it, and then it flew off again. Another scene came to replace that one, and it showed the figure leaving the giant circle. It walked again, until it was standing on a hill above many other figures. It seemed to be speaking. It gestured to the sky. Soon, we saw the figures building, making buildings, farming. The things they made changed over time. Two-wheeled carts became four-wheeled. Buildings became taller, stronger. They made what Torn called pyramids. They soon had large animals that used to plough the field. Then we saw them learning magic. We saw figures turn from one creature to another. Objects floated, and then cities flew. A map appeared, and we saw a blue spread over it, like a stain. It seemed that this was where their empire had been, though I could not name the area the map was of. They made palaces in their floating cities and lived like rich men. Then the circle returned. It landed on one of the flying cities, and again a figure went inside. This time, it emerged with a book. The circle flew away, and the figure brought the book to others, and they opened it. They did something with the book, figures standing all around it. I could not tell what they were doing. The next scene showed the great cities falling. Only a few survived. They were tied to half circles that helped them move downward slowly.
This is very exciting. It appears to be a record of the Terial Fall, when the floating cities of Magi lost their magic and crashed to the ground. However, no record I've ever come across has ever mentioned anything like the floating circles Aframos describes.
From here, there was only one figure shown. It walked, and the sun and the moon sped overhead, passing hundreds of times in moments. It kept going until it was in a forest, and then it found a cave. It went inside and began to paint. The story ended there. We stared at the pictures for a time, and then we left, Torn and I both wondering what the story meant and how the painter had created such a strange mural. We crossed another river mid-morning on another one of those mysterious bridges. This was made of stone and could easily support my weight. There was something reassuring about crossing the bridge, as though it was some protection against mysterious pictures and beguiling dancers. It was irrational, but I felt almost safe for having crossed the river. Late in the afternoon, we saw another strange thing, though I think Torn was more affected than me. We were sitting on a convenient log when we heard something moving through the bushes toward us. We both stood, and Torn pulled out his knife. We were ready for anything, I had supposed. We were not ready for a giant hand to walk cautiously out of the bushes. It was as tall as Torn, with a long tail of green hair steaming from its wrist. It appeared to be exactly like one of Torn's hands, save that it was a slightly darker colour and had no fingernails, nor an arm attached to it, for that matter. There was a tiny red eye in the fleshy area between thumb and forefinger. I realised that it was not truly a hand, but rather an animal that looked like one.
Mim's digited cephalopod, Manus mimsy. These curious creatures, distantly related to squid, cuttlefish, and cathalia, have 5 finger-like tentacles. They eat nuts and are mostly harmless, except during the breeding season.
It moved toward the path, then turned and stared at us. It then continued across the trail and disappeared into the bushes on the other side. Is the entire world outside the barrow like this? Crow Day, 16th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 26th day in the trees. Today, we found a body. I needed to relieve myself, and so I'd taken myself off the path for a moment. While I was doing so, I saw something trailing from behind a nearby tree. It was an arm. I finished what I was doing and called to Torn. We rounded the tree, and we saw the arm's owner had died. He had not been dead for too long, perhaps less than a day. The scavengers hadn't yet touched the body. He had been taller than Torn, but shorter than me, and covered with thick, brown, ropey hair. The face was like that of a horse, and he had been a slave. The chains were still attached to his wrists and ankles. His clothing was more ragged than my own. He was dirty, filthy, and probably had been starving. He had nothing but a rusted knife. There were no wounds on his body. Torn is fairly sure he died from starvation or exposure. He was very thin. Yet on the tree he was leaning against, he had taken the time to carve a single word. Free.
Sadly, few slaves managed to escape from the trading company.
Get those chains off his wrists, for pity's sake, Torn said. I looked at his face, and he looked more serious than I had seen him before. There was no joke on his lips, nor laughter in his eyes. His voice sounded strained, as though he had trouble getting his words out. I did as he asked, using the tools my first father gave me. Torn threw the chains as far away as he could, as though they were cursed. Then we buried the poor soul at the base of the tree, letting it serve as his headstone. We do not keep slaves, the Barrow, nor do any of our neighbours. But we know about slavery. The caravans come through, and sometimes they bring slaves from one part of the world to another. Sometimes we will buy one or two and let them free to return home. But they are so many, and it seems impossible that they should all be free one day. But we hope. I am sad for the one we buried, but he was free for a time. Let that be his epitaph. Free. Whoever you were, stranger, water on your journey, and stars to guide your steps. Marday, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 27th day in the trees. We were visited again last night. This time, they left 3 robes, sized to my frame. They are in light shades of blue, like my stripes, and made of something like silk. However, it is much, much tougher than silk. My old robe was gone. This is perhaps the most disconcerting thing of all, for I had been wearing it while I slept. Once again, I did not wake until morning, nor did Thorn. I am certain now that we are dealing with magic. They also left another string of beads. These are yellow and green, and on much shorter string. They are just the right length to wrap around Torn's wrist, which I do not think was a coincidence. Torn is not too worried. If they had wanted us dead, he explained, a dagger would suffice. They left gifts, you said, and in time will name their price. Don't be in such a hurry to have yourself a worry. You know tomorrow's pain can wait. If hostile ferocity's behind this generosity, it will come another date. I suppose that he is right. If there is a dagger behind it, there's little I can do now. Worrying will not help. I will still have difficulty sleeping tonight. Our travel today was uneventful. I saw a bird with the head of a lizard, or perhaps it was a 2-legged lizard with feathers. It appeared to have wings, but did not fly. It did manage a short glide from a high tree branch, landing on the path ahead of us, clutching a large dragonfly in its mouth. It did not run when I approached, though it did look up curiously. Its feathers were a deep green, with red scales running along its belly and on its head. I saw that its wings had 3 small fingers about halfway along their length, which it used to hold the dragonfly while it ate.
This appears to be some sort of bird-lizard hybrid. There are many such in the Ravelwoods, ranging from cockatrices to archaeopteryxes. I believe we can rule those out, however, based on the size and lack of petrification.
After we had passed it, I looked back in time to watch it climbing a tree near the path, evidently to catch more dragonflies. When evening came, we made camp at the base of the hill. The side of the hill is steep, and we piled thorn bushes around our camp. It will be much more difficult for someone to sneak into our camp tonight. Sky Day, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 28th day in the trees. We are lucky to be alive. We were walking through a rather sparse area of forest. There wasn't a great deal of underbrush, and the trees weren't very close together. They were all of the same kind, which Torn called oaks. Among the few plants beneath them were blue, downward-hanging flowers. I did notice that there were a lot of old stumps, many of which had younger trees sprouting from them. I did not give much thought to them, however. There was more sunlight, and we were in high spirits. Then I noticed there were no birds singing. I cannot say exactly when they stopped, but there was no noise around us, save the wind moving through the leaves above us. There were no insects around us, no mosquitoes buzzing in the air. Our voices seemed unnaturally loud. The silence weighed down like lead on our tongues, and we did not talk. Torn glanced nervously this way and that. Suja huddled close to my ankles. We were all on edge. The rustling among the leaves picked up. I began to glance around as well. I wondered what had driven all else to silence. What had they been so afraid of? Then the wind died. The rustling did not. Belatedly, I stared up into the leaves, and we saw gnarled, hairless faces, like Torn's, but greatly twisted. Their eyes were dark and full of hate. The branches moved around them.
These were plainly oakmen. Most likely, they wandered through a thrice-cut grove of oak trees. The bluebells are also a warning sign to the more experienced Ravelwoods traveler.
And then the barrage began. Sticks, leaves, and other debris rained down on us. At first it was nothing, but as the branches moved faster and harder, it became worse. Soon, branches were breaking off and falling at us. One hit Torn in the back, and he nearly fell over. I picked up Suja, and he ran as fast as we could. The creaking, cracking sound of moving trees was all around us. I saw one pull its roots from the ground, and it seemed to walk on them towards us before it fell. The little faces in the trees scowled, and I heard their harsh, high-pitched voices screaming at us. Torn tripped as a root ripped through the surface of the path, and he fell behind me. I turned and picked him up with my free hand, setting him on his feet ahead of me. We did not stop until we could no longer hear the trees moving or see an oak. We caught our breath, waiting in the very center of the path. To my amazement, Torn began to laugh. When I asked why, he said that he was glad. I did not understand why. We had only barely escaped dying. He said that was it. He was happy to be alive. I stared at him for a moment, and then I began to laugh as well. It was good to be alive. Since beginning this quest, I had begun to lose sight of that. We are truly lucky. Beer Day, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 30th day in the trees. While we were walking today, Torn asked about the barrow. I told him about us. I told him about how we traveled through the desert, going from oasis to oasis. I told him about our neighbours, the Nalifron on the Trescu. He asked the name of the desert, and I told him it was the Barrow. He asked if the desert was named for us. I told him no. He then asked if we were named for the desert. My first father was right. Outsiders never understand. We found an odd tree this evening, odder even than the needle trees. It grew upside down. The crown of the tree was suspended over our heads, pointing downwards. The leafy canopy was caged in by massive roots that grew from the top, going up and then curving until they pointed downwards, like great columns.
I'm not personally aware of any tree which habitually grows upside down. It's possible it began as an ordinary elm or poplar and was altered by a lost tribe of horticulturalists.
Branches showed out from between the roots, making it easy for Torn to climb up to the top. I warned him not to, for it was very high, but he would not heed me, and soon had removed his boots and was climbing as though he were a monkey. I watched, worried that he might fall and break his neck, but he was sure-footed and kept his grip on the branches. He reported that there was a great nest of some sort in the roots. There were eggs in it as large as his head, though he saw nothing warming them.
A great eagle's nest, I suspect. These large raptors customarily hunt deer and boar, but have developed a taste for explorers.
After watching the skies around him, he snuck close and retrieved a feather. It was as long as his arm and red in colour. He secreted it away, claiming it for a project of his. He would not tell me the details of it. He is a very strange man. We made camp under the tree. The roots make it easily defended against predators. Once the dead leaves and other debris were cleared away from the fire, it was almost ideal. One day, the trees tried to kill us. Today, one shelters us. I cannot make up my mind if I like this forest or if it terrifies me. Skull Day, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 31st day in the trees. Today, there is once again little underbrush around us. However, there is a very thick layer of leaves and other debris on the ground. I occasionally see many-legged creatures crawling from beneath the litter. It is very warm, and the air is heavy with moisture. The reassuring sounds of birds and animals come down to us from the canopy, far above. There are flowers blooming all around us, and our noses fill with their perfume with every breath. As we walked through this jungle, as Torn calls it, we encountered what I think is an animal. Like many things in the forest, it is very strange. We were walking down the path when we heard breathing off the path. It sounded as though it was something very large, and we considered what to do. On the one hand, if it were dangerous, it would be foolish to get too close to it. On the other hand, we needed to continue on the path. We thought of going off the path on the other side, but there were many thorn bushes on that side of the path, and it would have been difficult going. We decided to cautiously look at the creature that breathed so loudly. It was large and red. That was the most one could say of it. It was just slightly taller than I, but much, much wider, being shaped like a dome, but covered in red fur. There were no eyes that we could see, nor ears, nor even a mouth, but it moved, getting slightly larger and then smaller as it breathed.
This sounds like a land sponge, though bearing no true relation to the sponges of the oceans, these animals never leave the place where they take root, their bodies naturally atrophying until they are little more than stomachs with mouths and tentacles. They catch their prey with venomous spines hidden in their brightly colored hairs. However, The largest known species of land sponge is 5 inches across, making this identification somewhat tricky.
We stared at it for a moment. I considered touching it, but wondered if that would disturb the creature, and what it might do if disturbed. Torn agreed. An animal, I believe, though looks can deceive, but something about it troubles me. It plain cannot move, not on foot nor on hoof, but nothing has eaten this bubble, see? We kept well back, and I held Suja safe, though she seemed quite interested in the creature. It was all too strange. Why hadn't anything tried to eat such easy prey? For that matter, what did the creature eat? Where was its mouth? We left it there, breathing steadily. We did not want to learn firsthand how the creature feeds. We made camp by a large statue. It had the body of a fat human, but with too many arms and the head of a rat.
A statue of the god Hassanag, equipped during the Neurese period by the wandering Terrets. Master stonemasons, they left statues of their rat-headed god everywhere.
It was sitting on a block carved to look like what Torn calls an elephant. I've heard of elephants, but had never seen what one looked like. I assume that they are somewhat less rectangular than the statue. Allowing for that, they are interesting creatures, with an arm where their nose should be, and long teeth sprouting from their jaws. Our cousins, the Desda, sometimes ride them into battle. The idea of riding another creature seems strange, but apparently the elephants are fairly big. Erev Day, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 32nd day in the trees. We had an uneventful day today. We did come across some unusual tracks. They were of the hooves of a goat and the pads of a dog. At first, we believed them to be from 2 separate animals, but they followed each other so closely, we gradually realized that they were from the same animal, behind the front and hind legs respectively. They were very fresh, but they left the path before we could see the animal that made them.
Very possibly a specimen of Ridland's lesser chimera, a creature that combines the more salient features of a dog, a goat, and a newt. Less well known than their larger cousins, as they are rarely able to terrorize so much as a single farmstead, let alone entire kingdoms.
I looked through the book today. I looked on every page, but none of what I'd been able to read before was legible. Not the wombats, not the rebellion, not even the picture of the 2 mice. There was, in fact, only one entry even slightly legible. It appeared that the book had decided it was a book of recipes today, though very strange recipes. It seemed to be a recipe for the cooking of names. It might be that the author meant some other sort of food that is simply called a name, but I'm not sure. The ingredients are equally unusual, including beans, onions, the laughter of stones, the smile of a gorgon, and the heart of a matter. The instructions call for a cauldron made of wishes and a fire fueled by envy. The ingredients are supposed to be boiled until freezing. The recipe serves 7. We are either dealing with very dark magic or a very strange mind. Tres Day, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 33rd day in the trees. We met another person today. After 2 cycles of Torn's chatter, it was good to hear another voice.
Not all humans natter incessantly, just most of them.
It was mid-afternoon, and we had stopped for something to eat. It had rained at the time we would have taken our lunch, so we were quite hungry. I had started a small fire with which to brew some tea, and Torn was making sandwiches, which are meat placed between pieces of bread. Suja was looking down the road, and she presently made a rather insistent sound. Torn looked down the road and said something in another language. I suspect it was a curse. I turned and saw a stranger walking towards us. At first, I thought it was a bush walking toward us, but realized that it was someone colored to look like one. She had a face like a bear's once she got close enough for me to see, and her hands ended in long claws. Her fur, as I have mentioned, was colored in greens, with a bit of brown or black here and there. The roots were brown. In size, she was between Torn's height and my own. "My name is Turla," she said when we asked her. We both moved over on the logs. She sat next to Torn after a moment's thought. It was just as well. The log I was sitting on was very thick around, and I was barely tall enough to sit on it comfortably. She told us she was a hunter. Over her shoulder she carried a bow, and she had a pack tied around her waist, coloured the same as her fur. She had some honey, which Torn spread over toast to go with our sandwiches and tea. We told her who we were, and I told her of my task. She had no advice, but she found it interesting. She was on a task as well. She was hunting a monster that had killed her husband. It was a wolf, she explained. A talking wolf, and a killer of its own kind as well. The talking wolves had white fur, but this one had turned black. I asked her about that, if it had dyed its fur, as she had dyed her own, but she shook her head. The wolf had turned black, even its eyes. She did not know why or how.
A winter wolf, from the sound of it. I've never heard of one changing colour, but they do have their own peculiar magics.
She had been tracking it for weeks, hoping to catch it before the talking wolves did, so that she would be able to kill it. Her eyes were almost closed when she said that, and her voice was tight. She held the metal cup she'd brought with her tightly. Torn changed the subject then, asking what she thought of the weather, or the trees around us, and other small things. Or perhaps not so small. Torn paid close attention to our answers. I sometimes wonder how much of Torn is an act. He's practical enough when he wishes to be. Perhaps the better question is what he hides behind this mask. After we finished eating, we said our goodbyes, and she took her leave. I hope that she finds justice for her husband, and eventually peace. Crow Day, 17th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 34th day in the trees. Torn thinks we were attacked today. I am less sure. We were walking between two needle trees, and it had been 3 hours past noon. Torn was skipping around me, nattering away as usual. I ignored him as best I could. He did not seem to notice I gave no answer. Then there was a crashing among the branches above us, and a furry creature with a broad, strong body landed in front of us. It was nearly as long as I am tall, and was possessed of long teeth and all too prominent claws. It was a bit like a jackal in its face, but its body was more like a cat's. Its tail was long and bushy.
Surely a Viamal, Pseudigulo viamis, an animal related to the mustelid species. For a time, they were thought to be a large arboreal species of wolverine.
It moved towards us, making no sound, but keeping its body low to the ground as it moved, ready to jump. The hair along its back rose like the sail on a lazy sun dragon. Suja crawled up on top of my shoulder and hissed at the creature. Torn and I raised our hands to defend ourselves, and then the creature stopped, staring at us. It moved forward a bit, looking from Torn's hands to my own. Then it backed away, not turning around until it was well out of reach. It jumped, then, climbing up one of the enormous twisting trees, and we soon heard it moving away through the treetops. Torn believes it was hunting us, and had been about to pounce, when it seemed to see something about us it didn't like. Perhaps when we raised our hands, he thinks, we may have seemed more formidable. I do not know. With that thick body and its ability to climb, It seems that it would have been better served by attacking us directly rather than jumping near and giving us time to react. A sporting hunter is a hungry hunter. Was it simply curious, perhaps? Torn was nervous about meeting another, and because of this, it was long before we found a campsite. We ended up camping on the top of a hill. Though it was already dark, he took the time to put brambles around it, searching around and piling them up. He had stripped to the waist to do it, and is sorely scratched for his troubles. Still, he means well, and he had been right several times already. More caution will not harm us. I notice he's wearing the beads around his wrist. I would comment on it, but I now see that I am wearing mine as well. Strange. I don't remember putting them on. Skull Day, 18th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 39th day in the trees. 4 days we have been travelling in this swamp. This is the first day we have found a place dry enough that I dared open the journal to write. Never have I seen so much water. There is very little ground, only small islands. Those islands have grown fewer and fewer as we walk further through. We are walking on a wooden path now, since the land has been swallowed by this water. At first, there was only a bridge here and another there, where water collected at one place or another. Then there was much more water, and the bridges became more numerous. Then the path was a series of bridges, punctuated by little spots of land, peeking above the water. Now the path is tied to the trees, for there is no longer enough land to support it. The trees are as large as any others I have seen, save the red giants. Not in height, for they do not rise that high above us, but in breadth. Some grow through the water, like giant reeds, while others float on rafts made from their roots and other debris. The water is deep. I am not certain how deep, for it is muddy, but I have seen large animals moving below us, appearing as shadows in the water. There are insects everywhere. They range from small midges barely visible to dragonflies as long as my forearm. Suja sometimes jumps at them as they pass by. Once she frightened me by nearly falling over the side. I rushed to rescue her, but she regained her balance. Even the water is strange, for it grows deeper and shallower as the day progresses. Twice a day, it changes its depth.
I read through this part twice, and I remain amazed. If I understand correctly, this means that Aframos travelled through the legendary Swamp Sea, a place that has eluded explorers for centuries.
It never reaches the path, but sometimes it is close enough that I can reach it with my tail. Other times, I would have to hang by my feet from the edge of the path to reach the water below us. It is very unnerving to me. Torn thinks it is normal. But what if it does not stop rising one morning? What if it continues rising until we are covered? What if one of those shadows comes along then? I never thought that water could be frightening. Erev Day, 18th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 40th day in the trees. I had not expected to find anyone living in this terrible swamp, but today we have found an entire town. The town is called Pelavapal, and it has over 500 inhabitants.
There have always been stories of a town or city in the Swamp Sea, but this is the first I have heard in connection to Pelavapal, one of the 10 towns listed in the Ravelwoods Covenant. This would indeed confirm that the Swamp Sea is part of the woods and not a connected world.
The ones who live here are well suited to their home. They are scaled, as am I. but they look much more like fish, with fins along their sides and back, and webbed hands and feet. They walk upright, but seem much more comfortable in the water. Despite this, they built a number of structures that, like the path, hang from the trees. These buildings are comfortable enough. There is an inn, 2 other places for meals, and a place for trading. There are also 2 buildings belonging to a family of creatures unlike the other inhabitants, being furred rather than scaled. The majority of the town, however, is below. At least, that is what they have told us, and I see no reason to doubt their word. They swim from one part of the town to the other. They prefer to live in their homes below, but take their meals on the surface, preferring their food cooked. They grow some sort of foods below, plants and mollusks. These are strange foods, but they do not taste poorly. They say that they can take others down below as well, using metal spheres, to buildings where they have trapped bubbles of air. Torn wishes to see this, but I am nervous. To have so much water below us is bad enough. To have it surrounding us from all sides? Still, I am curious. I wish to know what sort of buildings they have, and they have promised that many surfacers, their term for those who live above the water, have made the descent and all have returned to breathe air again. I must trust them that I will survive it. We are paying for all of this with Torn's stories and my metalwork. I am not a smith, but my first father taught me enough to be a decent fairbok.
A fairbok is roughly equivalent to tinker or farrier. The word is actually Treskian, referring to the itinerant metalworkers who travelled from place to place in search of work. Naturally, the nomadic barrow feel a certain kinship to them, more so than with the usual Treskians they encounter in Narlifron.
The people of this village have kept us both very busy. Torn tells them of things that have happened far away. He is telling them now of a war between 2 nations, started by, of all things, an animal. Apparently, one of these nations had a very special animal called a bull. The other nation wanted this creature, and they fought over it. It ended in the death of a powerful hero, who in the end fought while tied to a boulder until he finally expired. Outsiders are so very strange. Tres Day, 18th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 41st day in the trees. We have made the descent, and I am glad that we did. This morning, after I had made from brass a cover for a lantern, one of the large-eyed inhabitants of this place tugged on my sleeve and led me to a larger building I had not yet entered. I learned that it had very little floor, only around the edges of the building, in fact. The rest was open to the water. In the water were several metal spheres of varying sizes. I was told they were called bathyspheres. They were tied to machinery in the ceiling, used to lower and raise them as needed. Torn and I were led into one of the larger spheres, which opened on the side. We entered, and an older man, we learned that the men of these people are the ones with bright spots along their sides, where the females have large eye-shaped spots on their backs, closed the door, which was lined with a soft substance I am told seals away water. Then the descent began. I felt the downward motion in my stomach and feared for a moment that I would be sick. However, when I looked out, I forgot all about my digestion. Out the little window at my side, I saw the water move over the sphere. We were under the water, but true to our host's words, we were perfectly safe. The water was murky and dim, but today is, I am told, a very clear day in the swamp, and we could see several massive trees. I had not realized just how large these trees are, though I had already known they were giants. They stretched above the surface perhaps 4 to 6 times my height, but we learned that the greatest part of the tree is under the water. In the distance, I saw the dim shapes of our hosts moving about, and a few other, larger shapes. One of them swam close, and I saw that it was a strange creature, as long in body as I am tall. It had a rough hide with sparse bristles. It had 2 thick, pudgy fins on either side of its body, and at the end of its tail was a single, round fin. Its mouth had a very thick upper lip and whiskers, giving it an almost comic expression. It stared at us for a moment, and then swam off. Our hosts say that they eat the underwater plant life. They have to be chased away from the water farms, but are useful in keeping other areas clear. We soon saw lights under us, and then we saw the buildings themselves. These buildings, we are told, are built from the shells of great creatures that crawl across the bottom of the swamp. When they need a new building, they lure one of these creatures near the town and kill it. They take the meat as a delicacy and use the shell to make a new building. The shells are huge spiral things. Doors are cut into chambers, which are then used as rooms. If air is needed inside, they bring it down using long tubes and devices that move the air. These machines, I am told, simple constructs, much like the ones they use in the north, powered by magic words and designs. But that was not what I saw when I saw the buildings. Instead, I saw light. Light in carefully sculpted patterns, light made almost solid against the clouded water. It was in many colours, all shades of reds, greens, blues, purples. No yellows or oranges, though. Most were made in spirals on the shells, so as to work with the natural shapes there. On the trees, though, were pictures like we have on carpets. They showed heroes and hunters fighting great beasts or enemies. There were also scenes of, I am told, great and famous lovers. Not knowing how these people express romance, I must take their word for it. The largest building was a great dome. It was not made from a shell, but rather from cement, a living thing they call swamp coral, and many thousands of lights. They were not in the shape of a story, or of abstract shapes. Instead, it showed what I am told is a world. Their world, before they were forced to leave it.
The Barrow, unlike many other cultures in that part of the world, believe the world is round, and in fact held that belief centuries before Clepius's calculations proved it was not merely round, but gave the circumference. However, they should not be given too much credit, as it was merely religion and not proper science.
It shows a map covered mostly with water, with islands marked in green or red light. The sea itself was not solid blue or green, but a swirl, with mountains and valleys as on the land. The great building they called the Cathedra Verti, and I could not take my eyes from it. It rested like a gem, rising from the muck of the swamp. We were taken to a somewhat larger building, though it was dwarfed by the cathedra. This one was unusual in that, rather than being on the ground, it was actually hanging from the trees like the buildings below. But where they hung down off the trees, this hung up above the places where it was tied, as though it might fly upwards if those restraints were cut. Several tubes poked out of the entrance, before leading upward. The sphere stopped alongside this building shell, near the entrance. We felt a bump on its side, and as it was maneuvered by those outside so that it was under the entrance and then lifted up. The door opened, and we found ourselves in a room something like the one in which we had entered the sphere, though much smaller. We climbed out of the sphere and swam the short distance to a ledge where we could climb up into the building proper. There were a great many stairs. The spiral was vertical, to hold the air in. We could see that, at least on the inside, these shells are very soft, slightly pinkish white. It was lit by strange lamps on the wall. They produced no smoke, but produced a reasonable amount of light. When I looked more closely, I found that they were filled with water, and contained what looked like glowing gemstones glued to the bottom. Our hosts, who had climbed out of the water when we had, explained that these were actually creatures that produced light. They were the same things that produced the light patterns on the outside of the shells. There were also windows made of thick glass, stained in reds, blues, greens, and purples. The different panes of glass were held together with a cement, which they also use for sealing off parts of the shells. The rest of the building was fairly unremarkable. There were a few rooms for those who wished to sleep there, but little else. We took the sphere back up the surface, and I returned to the inn, where Suja jumped on me, and now will not leave my side. She did not seem to like my absence. Marday, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 43rd day in the trees. We left Pella Vapal this morning, leaving with the good wishes of our hosts, as well as some fresh supplies. They were very generous, and our supplies will last us until we are out of the swamp and can do our own hunting again. There was a light rain this afternoon, but no more, and it looks as though it will be clear long enough for me to write this entry. Torn promised to keep an eye on the weather, so I should not be taken unaware. I looked at the book again this evening. There are words there, but they are in no script I have read. The pictures accompanying these words show a large beast, like the crocodiles that line the banks of the Trescu. However, the humans in the picture with it are completely dwarfed. There is a scale picture which shows it as 10 times longer than their height. If Torn is a typical specimen, this would make the creature the size of a large dragon. However, a dragon tends not to be built that way, having its legs coming down from its body, not from out of its sides. Also, the jaws are much the same as a crocodile's. I am fairly certain that it must be a related creature.
There are great crocodiles found in the southern marches of Furswart that grow up to 25 feet long. However, I have heard of skeletons being found in the Jacoba wastes that were twice that length.
There is also a picture of 2 humans in a room filled with books. The older one is shouting at the younger one, and they are both watched by a rat.
These scenes seem familiar to me, but I cannot think why.
The humans both wear robes. This book puzzles me greatly. Rock Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 45th day in the trees. We're finally out of the swamp. I'm glad to be free from there. It could have been worse, but I hope not to see it again. Early this morning, we hit a fork in the road, and since either choice seemed as good, we took the right. We travelled for hours, and the path was very uncomfortable, full of rocks to trip over. Torn was in somewhat better shape, being able to step lightly over them, but this slowed him down as well. By late afternoon, we were both feeling out of sorts. We were just about to stop and rest when we saw something unusual. It was a big metal structure sticking up above the trees. It looked like a building, but there were things moving on it, and so we decided to keep going. Torn was very curious. We soon walked around a bend and saw the whole structure. It was big, nearly 4 stories tall, and it seemed to stretch a quarter mile in either direction. The moving parts were cylinders moving up and down, giant gears turning, and other machinery. There were people there too. They were crawling all over the machinery, climbing up, climbing back down, and pressing buttons in various places. They looked like humans, but Torn said that they clearly weren't, having pointed ears and grey skin. We walked up to one of them and asked what the machine was. He told us that it's the engine. He said the word as though it were something very important. He then told us that he's only a sub-technolite 3rd class and that we should talk to the Abbott engineer. He told us where to go, and so we went around to the other side of the machine, where there was a stairway up. We climbed up to the top, and there we saw a man with a clipboard, looking over various gears and tubes. He made notes on his papers, grunting in satisfaction. Then he saw us and looked very dissatisfied indeed. "Who are you?" he asked, brushing back his long white hair in irritation. He had face on his hair, as well as on the top and sides of his head, and reached nearly to his stomach. We told him who we are and what we're doing walking through the woods. He looked at us with suspicion, and then told us that he and his were the monks of the engine, charged with protecting it from harm.
I am familiar with the monks of the Edge, the monks of the End of Time, the monks of the Enigma, and the short-lived monks of Free Enterprise, but I am not familiar with the monks of the Engine. Their beliefs seem similar, however, to the Garali tribe of the Squampo jungle, who believe a conch shell controls the tides.
The engine, he explained, ran the universe, and that they had to keep it running smoothly. He went into a long history of the engine, telling us that it had been made by the Grand Architect, made with the tools of creation, to keep things running when he wasn't watching. If anything went wrong, it could spell disaster. We listened politely and then said goodbye. They're clearly mad, all of them, but they believe it, and we felt it best not to argue. We walked back around, and by chance, we noticed an open panel. Inside the panel, there were a number of buttons, including a very large one. Torn looked at it for a moment, and, making certain no one was watching, reached out and pressed the button. Nothing happened. He pressed a few of the other buttons before I took him by the collar and pulled him away. I felt there was no point in incurring the monk's wrath. We made camp several miles away, under the ruins of an old tower. Beer Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 46th day in the trees. Today was fairly uneventful. However, the trees here seem to be a bit shorter. They rise above us higher than the swamp trees ever did, but not nearly as high as most of the trees in the forest. They're slimmer as well. They don't seem stunted. They seem as healthy as any of the twisted trees in these woods. I think they might be younger. Is this a new patch of forest, maybe? I did see something strange today. There was a bird that seemed to be flying backwards above me. It had orange and blue feathers, and it was flying among the branches overhead, so that I didn't get a good look at it. I'll need to keep a closer eye out to see if it passes again, and if I really saw what I thought I saw. Besides that, everything was fairly normal for these woods. We heard birds singing, caught a pair of rabbits who hadn't heard me in time, but there wasn't anything too strange. However, I feel as though something's wrong. I can't put my finger on it. Perhaps I'll discover it tomorrow. Skull Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 47th day in the trees. Something very strange is happening. When we woke this morning, we found that the trees had vanished from around us. After seeing nothing but trees for so many days, we very nearly panicked. We were surrounded by bushes, grass, everything but trees. Among the grass and bushes, there were numerous bare spots. These bare spots were round, varying in size. At the center of each was a very small plant. My first thought was that we had been transported somewhere else by magic. However, Torn looked around and said I was wrong. I thought like that, but look around. The trees have changed, but not the ground. I realized that he was right, seeing a hill shaped like a bear I'd seen last night. I hadn't recognized it at first, since it lacked the trees that had adorned it before. After a moment of talking, we finally realized what happened. The little plants in the bare patches, they are very young trees. While we slept, they lost their great size, shrinking until they became sprouts. This is strange, even for this forest. By standing on the hill, we could see for miles around us. In the distance, we could see trees that hadn't changed yet, but they were very far, and the path didn't head in that direction. We were at a loss for what to do. Then we heard a rumbling all around us. We looked, and in the distance, it seemed as though a wall of trees was rushing towards us. We turned, and trees came from that direction as well. We didn't know where to run. We simply held each other as the trees came closer. As the walls came closer, we realized that they were not actually trees moving towards us, but that trees were growing, and that this growth was coming towards us. Soon the wave of growth reached us, and the trees around us burst into growth, groaning and rumbling around us. We kept as far away from any of these growing giants as possible. Dirt showered around us, and the ground beneath us moved as roots spread out. Then the noise stopped. We had been at the center of this growth, and it stopped where we were. We did not move for some time, but finally, we decided we need to be on our way. We gathered our things, brushed the dirt off them, and left. Things were fairly normal until mid-morning. We walked among the trees, looking around them. There was disturbed dirt all around for several miles. Eventually, the trees we passed seemed to be undisturbed by the event. We thought that this might be a sign that things would be getting back to normal. How wrong we were. It started again when Torn climbed onto a large boulder to look me in the eye. He sunk, suddenly, to his thighs, and I had to pull him out. Some of the rock clung to him, as though it were a liquid. Curious, I tried to touch it, trying to find what it might be, but my hand passed through as though it were air. Suja climbed to the top and seemed to find it perfectly solid, even when I waved my hand under her. He continued on, determined to leave this strangeness behind. Shortly after noon, we heard something above us. The branches hanging over our heads were laden with apples. They seemed as though they should weigh the branch down, but instead it seemed to be straining up. As we watched, the stem of one of the fruits broke, and it fell, not down, but up. Another broke, and this one fell forward, ahead of us, until it hit another tree and caught in its branches. Soon we saw apples falling in all directions, except straight down. We hurried ahead.
This reminds me of the bombardier apple tree, Malus citivolus, though of course that would be accompanied by loud bangs and smoke. As well, the apples do tend to fall down eventually.
By late afternoon, it was clear that something very strange is in this part of the woods. We saw a flock of birds flying out of a cliff, and then a log rolled up a hillside, righted itself, and became a tree again before our eyes. We decided we had no choice but to try going back the way we came. We are now making our way back. We are not making camp tonight, but will keep moving. We are resting for the moment on a hilltop, where at least we can keep an eye out for what's going on around us. Erev Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 48th day in the trees. There are places missing. We did not know for certain last night while we walked in the darkness, but today we find that there are entire parts of the woods that are simply gone. Not bare, but gone. There is nothing there, not trees, nor grass, nor even ground. There isn't even empty space there. It hurts my eyes to look at it. Torn came close to one of these places and ventured to place a stick into this emptiness. When he pulled it back, the bark was gone, and the wood seemed eaten into. We have avoided these places since. We are almost, we think, back to the engine. Torn recognizes landmarks, and we will hopefully be able to warn the monks about this oddness. Hopefully, they will let us rest there, and we can be on our way again. We will probably end up going back to the swamp, and I will be glad enough to do so. Anything is better than this. Suja doesn't complain. She's been very good through all of this. She said this morning that she's worried for the poor monks who live so close to this. How kind she is to think of them at a time like this. I am tired, but we dare not stop. The strangeness has not let up, and we fear that these empty places are growing. Tresday, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 49th day in the trees. It's all Torn's fault. I should have known. We reached the engine shortly after we rested last night. It was not as we had left it. Large parts of the machine had broken. We saw gears lying around it, cylinders broken off. The parts that were left were moving fitfully. One end of it had burst, and wrecked metal lay everywhere. The Abbott engineer hobbled up to us. He had a broken leg, but he had constructed a crutch from the wreckage. His face was clouded in anger. "You idiots!" he shouted at us. "You colossal fools!" He laid into us with his crutch until he fell over. It would have been comical if the other monks hadn't moved around us. Many of them were similarly injured, but what I noticed first was that most of them were armed with knives, clubs, and weapons improvised like the Abbott engineer's crutch. The old man picked himself up. He screamed at us incoherently for several minutes, until finally he exhausted his anger. Then the technolite we had spoken to before, now missing a leg, walked up. Like the rest of them, he had an angry, desperate look on his face. He then began to tell us what happened. Soon after we had passed by the engine, it had exploded. Several of their number had died in the explosion, but that was, in the technolite's own words, a minor inconvenience compared to the loss of the machine itself. Because they weren't crazy, they were right. The machine, he explained, kept track of events. It made certain that one event followed another. It kept things working smoothly. With the machine broken, things were not working smoothly, and they would soon get worse. And it was all our fault. I thought about telling them that Torn had pressed the buttons, but I was fairly certain that they would fall on him then, and I wouldn't abandon a friend to that. The Abbott engineer motioned for silence when he had recovered from his tirade. "You wrecked the engine," he said. "You must fix it. Soon, you'll be the only ones who can." I asked what he meant by that, when one of our guards changed. One minute, he was an older man with a long beard. The next minute, she was a young woman with long hair on her head. "As you can see," he said, as the young woman stared at her body in alarm, "these disturbances are affecting us as well. Tomorrow, we may not even be the same species. After that, we won't be able to keep two thoughts together long enough to even consider the machine. You're at the center of this, though. You'll be affected last. That might give you the time you need. Time for what? Torn asked, sounding eager to help. I think he was feeling guilty. You must find, the old man said, and then he disappeared, leaving behind a bowl filled with hair. You have to find the non-deterministic trout, the technolite supplied, picking up the bowl reverentially.
Coincidentally, True Dart Zephyr recently reported that in parts of Centauriland, the inhabitants worship the hair of their ancestors.
We asked what this might be, and he shrugged. You figure it out. You have to skif zifzem dna ude ti il kuk. We tried to speak with him more, but we couldn't get any more sense from him or the other monks. We slept by the remains of the engine and moved on this morning. We couldn't see any of the monks. There was a fine breakfast prepared where they had been camped. Under the circumstances, we decided not to eat any. Better safe than sorry. We spoke a bit about our quest as we walked. Torn says that a trout is a kind of fish, though he's never heard of a non-deterministic one before. How can we find something if we have no idea what it might look like or where it might be? As we walked, there was more evidence of strangeness. The empty holes growing larger. Torn calls them negative space. There are also trees changing ages, and I haven't seen many animals about. The ones we have seen act strangely. I saw one of those chattering tree-climbing creatures running between the trees. It sat suddenly and gave out a shrieking howl before flying away. Then there were the spiny creatures that exploded a dozen yards ahead of us. We were lucky we weren't closer. Some of the quills had buried themselves several inches in the nearby trees. We found a place where sounds came half a minute after they were made. This made it difficult for us to talk to each other. We looked around for any sort of fish. We saw a few riverbeds, but they were dry, having run into the negative space. I hope we find it in time. Trode? The changes are starting to affect us too. We can't seem to find the trout, no matter where we look. Torn speaks in rhyme all the time now. If he doesn't stop, he may have to. That's wrong. I'm thinking wrong. It's the strangeness. The negative space is bigger. He can see it all around us. We have to be very careful. Suja told me she's not happy. She says that the woods are scaring her. He told her that he's scared too. He hope we find the trout soon. He hope there is a trout. Marday? It came. The trout came. We didn't have to find it. We had to be looking for it. If you look for it, it will find you. Maybe, or not. I'm not sure, but it helped us. It said what we need to fix this. We have to find the engineer, not the abbot, the other one, the one the abbot talked about. That engineer can fix everything. He's real good, the engineer. We have to find him. The trout can help. It says it will be dangerous, but we'll have no choice. We have to do it. What am I talking about? I'm sorry. Me mind is going everywhere. We have to do this now. We have to. Rock Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 45th day in the trees. How very peculiar. I open my journal to write an entry, and I find someone has already written a great deal. It's strange. The handwriting is clearly mine, but leaving aside the fact that neither of us remember any of it, the person who wrote it doesn't sound like me. We would not act the way we described. Torn acts foolish, but he surely would never poke around a strange machine. He's not that foolish. And Suja, of course, cannot talk. Who wrote this? And how did they manage it without my knowing? I'm certain these entries were not there this morning. And the only time my pack was not on my back was when we stopped for lunch. Even then, my pack was in my sight the entire time. there is a nearly identical story in the other book. However, rather than being from my journal, it's signed Haversh, a human accompanied by a gnome, Garlikin, and a human girl named Tabisha.
Garlikin is not, to my knowledge, a gnome name. However, there are several notable Havershes in Ludar's A Brief History of Krald, volumes 94 to 97.
Also, they came out of a desert rather than a swamp. Most of the other details, down to much of the conversation, is identical. This makes the creature I found today seem a bit small. Well, it is small, but it seems unimportant. Still, I feel that I should at least describe it. It took Torn several minutes to catch it, at my request. It is about the size of a mouse. It has a thinner body, but the light brown fur is very similar in feel. It moves about quickly, looking very alert. We currently have it inside of a cup, where Suju looks at it with a great deal of interest. The interesting thing about it, to me, is that it has 6 legs. I have often noticed that most creatures with fur, feathers or scales, excepting fish, have 4 limbs or fewer. Birds, wyverns, barrow, humans, dogs, horses. But there are very few 6-limbed creatures. Most of the exceptions I know of are winged, like dragons or griffins. Most creatures with more limbs are Kreshli, or kin to them.
Kreshli translates literally to plated, used to signify any arthropod.
I thought it very interesting for that reason, and had Torn capture it from me, which he did after much scrambling around the rocky hillside it was scurrying over. Now it doesn't seem nearly as interesting. Now I almost wish we had taken the right fork instead of the left this morning. Skull Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 47th day in the trees. Suja wandered off today. We had just broken camp when we realized she was not there. We searched for her for half an hour before she wandered back into the campsite on her own. She followed us readily when we left, but it still worries me. What if she gets lost? What if something attacks her? Perhaps I worry needlessly. She is getting larger. Already, she is twice the size she was. But still, I am responsible for her. I have caused her to lose her mother and her sibling. How am I to bear it if she dies too? I wish to keep her safe, but I cannot keep her in the camp short of tying her, and I could not bear to do her that cruelty. I will speak no more on that today. I must think on it more first. Torn suffered some discomfort today. He lay in some long, almost feathery grasses while we stopped for lunch. After 5 minutes, he shot up, as though he had been bitten. He began to tear his clothing off, as though he had gone mad. I stood up to see what had happened to him, and he began to scratch furiously. He yelled out curses as he did so. The mildest of these, at least of those that I understood, was "Choke a god with his own entrails." The rest were less pleasant and more descriptive. I tried to catch hold of him to see what was wrong, but he kept hopping this way and that, scratching all over his body. Then he flung himself into the still pond we were resting by. He continued scratching, also splashing water on himself. I finally got enough sense out of him to know that he was itching, though I had already figured that out. It was 5 minutes before he could stop enough for us to talk. It would seem that he was allergic to the grasses. He had broken out into a terrible rash, and he could not stop scratching at all. He still cannot, in fact. It has been a few hours, but he continues to scratch intermittently, and the rash has spread to his face, as well as more delicate areas. He looks as red as a parch root. I know I must not laugh at him, but it is proving very difficult. Erev Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 48th day in the trees. I have seen something beautiful today. Where the path skirted around a tall hill, there was a trail leading up. There was a sign there which read Maish Traceable, Merchant. We were suspicious, naturally, but the cautious hunter catches no game, and so we made our way up the trail. It was surprisingly well worn, with grooves that seemed to have been left by a cart. At the top, I saw a ship. It was like those that sail on water, but larger. What I could see of the bottom was wedged rather than flat, which seemed strange to me. After all, what if it encountered rocks? But at the time, I thought of the swamp and how deep the water there was. I thought that it simply was made for deeper waters than the Trescu. Above the deck were two tall pieces of timber that seemed to have been the trunks of trees once. Between them stretched ropes. However, it was clear that it had not sailed anywhere in some time. It was half buried in the soil of the hill and had been converted into a building. It had a doorway set into the side, and there was a chair on the deck over it. In the chair was a person. This person was furred. Being black and white, Torn said that he looked very much like an animal he knows called a badger. This person called down to us, telling us to go through the door and that he would meet with us in a moment. He disappeared, and we heard him moving across the deck. When we opened the door, we found ourselves in a very cramped room. I had to crouch down to fit, and the place was full of odds and ends. I saw many lengths of rope, tools, and odd items on the walls, and numerous boxes everywhere. The person we had seen on the deck came in right after we did. He was heavy set and wore a red shirt and brown leather pants. One of his legs ended in a foot carved from wood. He was a nice man, but a hard bargainer. In the end, we traded 2 birds we had caught, half of my money, and the remains of my old robe. In return, we got a coil of rope, a tent, and heavy cloth Torn assures me he can sew into winter robes for me. I also traded for a small knife for carving, though I did not tell Torn. Despite his sometimes irritating character, he has been a good friend to me these past few cycles. I intend to carve a walking stick for him. After the bargaining was done, Maish invited us to stay the night. While he gets visitors at least once a week, they rarely stay long enough to talk to him. Most of his customers are woodsmen or from towns in the woods. He knows of Peleve Pal, and apparently it was he who sold them the metal used to make the spheres that descend into the swamps. His story is interesting. The ship, which is called the Wild Maiden, was not a ship of the water. Instead, it was a ship of the air, and Maish was the second mate on board. They had been exploring the woods from above when they encountered a terrible swift storm. It crashed on the top of the hill, and when the storm was over, it was no longer in any condition to fly.
The story of the Wild Maiden is, of course, quite well known, particularly to those whom Auster Brandon manages to corner at dinner parties.
The magic sails that allowed it to move in air were torn, and they had no replacements. Most of the crew went home. Maish stayed, however, having lost his foot in the crash. Before they left, the rest of the crew and the captain helped him convert the ship into a home. They took what supplies they could, but ended leaving the bulk with Maish. In time, others learned of the ship, and that there were supplies to be had there. He began to trade with those who came to him, and soon had made a reputation as a reliable merchant for those in the woods. When he has no more of an item, the trading company sells him what he needs. When he said this, Torn blanched and took a step back. Seeing this, Maish shrugged. "I don't deal in slaves," he said, "but I have to live. and there's no one else I can buy from. I wish there was someone else I could trade with, but there isn't. It's that way for a lot of folk in the woods." Torn nodded, but I could see that it bothered him. We sat on the deck that evening, and he bade us watch just past the hills on one side of his home. "To the west," he said, "though I am uncertain that east and west have any real meaning here." As the sun sank lower, I gradually became aware of shapes in the distance. They were tall, whatever they were, and thin. I soon was able to discern their nature. They were buildings, tall, graceful spires topped with domes. They were bathed in red and yellow from the sunset, so that I could not tell their true colours. They seemed transparent at first, then began to gain solidarity. I could not tell just how far they were, only that they were beyond the next hill. Still, they had to be quite large to be visible so far away. Shapes moved between them. Something in the city was flying. I tried to look closely, but the sun made it difficult. "Boats," Maish told us. He handed me a long, tapering tube made of metal, with glass on either end. I looked through it, and I saw that he was right. They were like boats, flying from building to building. There were people in them, but I could not tell what they were like. I passed the tube to Torn, who likewise gazed through it. Then, the sun sank behind the hill, and the city vanished from sight. "It was called the Glittering City," Maish explained. Torn nodded, saying that he had heard of it. Apparently, it can be seen from any hill in the woods if one looks during the sunset. If you try to reach it, you can never find it. There are also stories of an old human trying to reach it, who can never reach it. Maish claims that he once met the man, that he stopped for supplies. Maish said that he had been told it was a city full of angels, cast out of a distant heaven, but still too virtuous for the many hells outsiders like him have conceived of. The old man was a devil, trying to find the nearest salvation. Torn said that it was a city where the stars rested during the day, and that it became visible when they prepared to take their places in the sky. The old man was a shooting star, who had become lost when he'd landed, and was trying to make his way home.
The glittering city is a well-known phenomenon, but there is no consensus on its true nature. Suffice it to say, however, that these theories are, at best, highly unlikely.
No matter what the city is, or who its inhabitants are, I found it a breathtaking sight. Tres Day, 19th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 49th day in the trees. We left Maish's home early in the morning. He was glad for our company, and when we stopped for lunch, we found that he had placed pastries filled with meat and cheese in our packs. I would suspect our nocturnal visitors, but I had seen him preparing them last night.
Most Undkin are like Maish Traceable, kind, generous, and good hosts. Most.
I hope that I can pass by his home again to thank him. Torn began to skip around me during lunch, singing his annoying, cheerful songs. I snapped at him to stop, growling at him. He looked hurt, but stopped. I wish that I had not done so. Torn is a good friend. But today, I feel ill, and my patience is short. I apologized when I had calmed somewhat. Is this the rut? I am old enough now, but this is not the right time of the year. The rut should only come in the spring, and only if there is a female present. Perhaps it is the strange seasons of this land affecting me, but still, there is no female here. My balance should not be so upset. Beyond that, my new robes feel tight. Have they shrunk? Sky Day, 20th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 52nd day in the trees. I am not certain what is wrong with me, but it is making me crazy. I almost attacked a fellow wanderer this afternoon. Suja had wandered ahead of us. I was busy trying to adjust my robes to keep them on me when I noticed she was not with us. I saw her going around a bend, and I hurried to catch her. When I turned the corner, I found a creature not unlike a human, but shorter, with a long bulbous nose and hair under its chin.
This could have been any number of creatures from the description, possibly a human or near-human species, likely a male. Humans and their relatives tend towards beardless females, though this is by no means an absolute. See Mann, a naked jackanape by Thursday Setimer. But precise identification is impossible without more information.
It was standing over Suja, who was on her side. It had its hand on her belly. I did not think. I simply loosed a growl and started moving forward at the creature. It gave a high-pitched scream and dived into the bushes. I heard it crashing through the underbrush in its haste to get away. I looked down at Suja, who looked up at me quizzically. I realized then that the stranger had simply been petting her. There had been no danger to her. Why did I react as I did? I should not have responded so irrationally. I acted almost as a mother brooding over her eggs. All I could think of was that she was in danger, and I needed to protect her. My robes ripped when I was running. I would put on one of the others, but they are likewise too small. How could they have all shrunk so much? Have I gotten larger? I had thought I had reached my full growth, but it is possible that I am having a final stretch. I hope I do not grow too large. No female wants a male as large as she is. I wish I could go home. I could visit the healer, and he would know what was wrong with me. But I know that is quite impossible. For better or worse, I am in these woods until I complete my quest. Erev Day, 20th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 54th day in the trees. We found a ruin today. It is a tower, tall and made of a dark stone. It is weathered, but it appears solid enough. There are no stones fallen from it, and the mortar does not appear loose.
It is odd the way some buildings end up preserved in the woods. Often, after an initial period of accelerated decay, they will stay standing more or less unchanged for at least several hundred years.
Torn insisted on looking inside. I counselled caution, but he refused to listen, moving inside. I told him I was certain he would break his foolish neck or else bring the tower crumbling down, but he was already in the shadows. I sighed and followed after, stooping down to fit under the doorway. There were stone stairs leading up into the darkness and a square hole in the floor. There were what appeared to be hinges, but if there was a door set in this hole, it had long since rotted away. Torn had lit his lantern and was moving up the stairs, Suja following behind him. The stairs did not look like they could support my weight, so instead I turned my attention to the hole. It was just large enough that I could fit myself through. It was a tighter fit than I had thought, but I made it through, being careful to keep my own lantern lit as I moved through. I found myself standing on a pile of old, rotted wood. I determined that it had been another staircase. Not being made of stone, they had not withstood the test of time. The room was roughly square, The walls were lined with the same stone as the rest of the tower. It smelled strongly of damp and of earth. On the walls hung weapons. There were swords and staffs, shields and spears. There were stranger weapons, like a metal ball covered in spikes set on the end of a metal stick. I also saw a mirror. I stood in front of it, looking myself over. Torn had used my ripped robes to enlarge the other two, so I was clad well enough. In the dim light from the lantern, my scales seemed duller, especially my stripes. I noticed that I seemed broader. Had I put on weight eating so well? Perhaps I should eat less, though I seemed to be hungry more often than not now. Then the mirror no longer showed my reflection. It showed a room full of treasure. Torn was in it, and so was Suja. He was reaching cautiously for a pile of gold pieces. To his right and just behind me, I saw a suit of armor beginning to move, raising an axe up high.
The woods would be so much safer if stray thaumaturgists wouldn't keep leaving their things around. This reminds me of the time an entire expedition's worth of graduate students ended up changed to toads. They all got an extra credit, as I recall.
I shouted a warning and ran to the hole and began pulling myself up, something that took me far too long to accomplish. By the time I was out of the hole and standing in the tower again, Suja was running past me through the door. Torn was still on the steps, running as quickly as he could down them. He slipped about twice my height above me, sending him tumbling down. He hit one landing, and then I caught him. I took him outside. I took up both our packs, and not letting him down, I ran. Suja followed close behind me. When I finally stopped, several minutes away, we found that Torn's arm was broken by his fall. He will mend. I am simply happy he escaped unharmed. It was Suja, he explained, that saved him. When he had heard my distant shout, he had not realized it was meant for him, but when Suja hissed, he had tumbled forward, landing on the gold, and then vaulted around the armor and ran down the stairs. He had not taken any gold, as any gold with such a guardian must also be cursed. I agree with his caution. I only wish he had not felt the need to explore in the first place. Erev Day, 20th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 56th day in the trees. My temper remains frayed. I snapped at Torn again today. He refused to keep still. We are camped in a cave for the expressed purpose of keeping him still while I see to his arm. If he keeps moving, he will injure himself again. If he will not keep still, I may need to tie him. When he is not ignoring my advice, he is talking. He found a stone deep in the cave that excites him. It has a shell impressed in it. I am sure that I would find it fascinating myself, were I not so worried that he might injure himself further. It is a spiral, something like the great shelled homes in Pelavei-Pau. He keeps talking about an ancient sea and millions of years of mud.
There have been a number of fossil finds in the Ravelwoods, most notably brought back by the Greeply Fuxantha expedition. They are interesting, but ultimately such study is difficult at best, given the differences in strata throughout the woods, making it impossible to group fossils of different areas by age.
That is all of interest, to be sure, but if he does not take care of his arm, which I took great trouble to set, I may sit on him to keep him still. Indeed, at times I feel as though I am caring for a very young Conlin. I know that he is an adult, but I feel responsible for him when he acts foolishly. I will wait until he has been still a while before telling him about the broken stone with the crystals within. Thursday, 20th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 57th day in the trees. We remain in the cave. I believe that Torn will be ready to move soon. It is fortunate that his break was not worse. So long as he does not move his arm too much, he should be fine. Until then, I will be carrying both our packs. Torn argued with me, but I held firm. He must take care not to hurt that arm further. In the meantime, I have caught several rabbits that came too close to the cave. Suja caught her own dinner, an animal like a rat, but 3 times the size of any rat I've ever seen.
A capybara, perhaps? I must confess, I've never been very good at identifying the mid-sized rodents.
She is spending several hours a day gone. Where does she go? I keep asking myself if she will return the next time. She is currently laying in the crook of my arm. She has grown so much. She is nearly the size of her mother. She has travelled with me for 7 cycles now. A short time for a barrow, but for a cat? She is nearly grown, I think. Torn says that she will be leaving us soon. It is hard for me to bear that thought. I do not want her to leave. I wish for her to stay with us, where we may protect her, where I can enjoy her company. But that is not fair to her, is it? She must leave at some point. She is a friend, and not merely a pet. It was a mistake to try to take her mother for a pet, I now see. She was a wild thing, and I was meddling in things I knew nothing about. Many people take wild things and make them tame. Horses, elephants, goats, sarlafins. They have success with it. But it is still a serious business. It is not right to do it lightly, as I tried to. I did not know what I was doing. Martap paid the price. Suja's mother paid the price. I will not make the same mistake with Suja. I will not try to make her tame. She must leave soon, and I will not stop her. Marday, 21st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 59th day in the trees. We are making good distance. Torn seems determined to prove that he is not unfit due to his broken arm. Sometimes I almost admire him, strange as it is. He does not like to show any weakness. He reminds me of my cousin, who once tried to carry as large a burden as my first father, not realizing that it took many years of hard work to build such strength. Torn is showing concern for me, in fact. He is convinced I am ailing under a malady. Well, so am I, of course, but I did not wish him to know it, especially not once he had broken his arm. He has quite enough to worry about with that, surely. But he has noticed my shortness of temper, as well as pointing out my fading stripes. They are fading. They are barely even blue anymore, just a slightly paler green. I told him it was perfectly normal, just a phase. I suppose he is not the only one who wishes to conceal weaknesses. It does make me feel sad, though. I was very proud of my stripes. There were several females in our tribe who admired them. I was considered a very handsome male. Had things turned out differently, I would have had little trouble finding a wife. If I had completed a task well, I could have been a first husband. Well, it is no matter. I'm not likely to reach the barrow again, and there are no females here to admire my stripes. My vanity is nothing to worry over. Suja is still with us, but she is becoming more independent. She rarely rides on my shoulder or in my pack anymore. Indeed, she is almost too large to fit in my pack or on my shoulders. She sleeps apart from me most of the night. She is friendly enough, but she often seems distracted. I doubt she will be with us much longer. Still, she is strong. She will survive. No, she will thrive. I'm sure of it. I do not know why I am so certain, but I do not doubt she will do well, even without us. Sky Day, 21st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 60th day in the trees. I realized today what is wrong with me. I think I suspected before, but I did not wish to admit it to myself. I still don't know how I feel about it. There is some relief, of course. I am not dying of anything. It is almost certain that I will regain my balance. But still, I am not sure I am ready to become a female at my time of life. I knew that it was possible, of course. It has never happened in my life, but my father knew a female who had been male. I'm only familiar with the opposite change. Females become male often enough, especially when they are young. My brother was female before I was born, but very rarely does a male become female, at least among the barrow. It is more common among the Desda, I seem to recall. I was right about eating too much. Almost always when this happens, it is because it is a time of plenty. I have been eating well. There were no females around me. Naturally, I began to change.
Barrow and Desda are obviously sequential hermaphrodites, exhibiting both protandry and protogeny. When food is scarce, females change to males. When food is plentiful, males change to females. These changes typically occur during childhood, combined with gender selection during conception. This explains why there are more males than females among the barrow, while the opposite is true among the Desda.
I have grown larger. I will probably grow a bit more until I am the proper size for a female. My stripes will be gone. Inside, I feel the other changes. Already I begin to notice differences in relieving myself, though I had taken those for signs that I had some internal ailment. I suppose it doesn't really change anything. I must continue forward and hope my quest is successful. If I ever do go back, the healers have ways to trigger a change if I desire it. I do not believe I will tell Torn about this. He is not of the barrow. He will not understand. Let him think I am still male. Beer Day, 21st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 62nd day in the trees. I am feeling better today. My temper is improving. I feel saddened that Suja will soon be leaving, but it is nothing I cannot survive. I still have some growth, and my insides feel unsettled yet, but I have balance again. It is not the same balance I once had, but it is still balance. I still feel very protective of Torn and Suja. I do not think that will pass. Torn is as old as I am, but he looks so young. I wish I had been closer to my young sister. We love each other, but we are very different people. Not so different now, perhaps. If I had been closer to her, I might have learned from her some of the things that I might expect. I know the instincts of a male, but what instincts will affect me as a female? Well, that simply means it is more important that I maintain my balance. The desert taught us balance.
The concept of balance is very important in barrow culture. Balance involves moderation, self-discipline, and consistency in thought and action.
This forest, though, knows no balance that I can find. What can be said of a place where one can find winter 2 leagues away from summer? The inhabitants show no more balance than anything else, judging by the things they leave. Today, it was a door we found. It was in the middle of the path. There was no building around it, just a door frame. The door was hanging open awkwardly by a single hinge. The other hinges had been ripped out. Both door and frame were painted a bright red that made them even more conspicuous. There were 2 sets of tracks. One was a 2-legged creature, possibly a human from the size and shape of the tracks. Its tracks led to the door and ended there. The other set reached the door, stopped, and then moved onward, past the door. They continued for a short ways, and then trailed off the path. They were made by a four-legged creature, possibly a cat, though one much, much larger than Suja.
Clearly, identification of the four-legged creature is impossible. The door, however, is most likely a broken portal, of the kind used by the Libers, dimension-spanning merchants who created doors that lead to their shops. They've often tried setting up entryways into the Ravelwoods, but have met with limited success, largely due to the influence of the trading company.
We left it there, not caring to examine it too closely. Torn, I think, learned some caution in the tower. I am glad for that, mostly. It was a part of who he was, and it is sad to see a bit of that die, but it will help the rest of him to live longer. Skull Day, 21st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 63rd day in the trees. We encountered a strange man while we took our dinner today. He seems mostly human, except for a pair of tree branch horns coming from his forehead, a bit like the graceful horse-like creatures I have seen before. There is something wild about him, and a bit dangerous. His skin is darker than Torn's. His hair is dark, and just a little bit curly. He wears furs. He said that he would not touch anything that came from a sheep. He carries a long spear. He said to call him Benadam. His mouth curled up sardonically when he said this, as though laughing at a private joke. It is strange. He is a hunter, clearly, and was carrying a brace of rabbits over one shoulder when he walked up to our camp. He said that he had been hunting for as long as he can remember, but when he saw the vegetables we had gathered this morning, he fell on them as though he were a starving man. I asked him if he travelled alone. He said that he had been alone for a very long time. He tells us that he is not afraid of anyone or anything. Animals, he tells me, do not dare to harm him. Is this magic, perhaps? Suja seems to like him, though she does not play with him as she does with Torn or with me. Torn looks uneasy. He knows something about this stranger, I think. I will ask him after Benadam goes to sleep. Erev Day, 21st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 64th day in the trees. Torn told me a strange story last night. He told of a wandering huntsman with the horns of a stag on his head. The huntsman sometimes leads great hunts through the forests. The story is told far and wide, and the name and character of the huntsman changes from place to place. Sometimes the huntsman is a god. Sometimes he is a vengeful ghost. Whatever his nature, he is a dangerous man to come across. He either inveigles people into his hunt, or else they become his prey. Torn is worried Benadam is this hunter, and believes that we are in danger.
The best account of the wild hunt is by Transitive Norton, who spent several years in the hunt.
I agree that it might be dangerous, but it might be more dangerous to try to run. If he is as great a huntsman as Torn believes, then he will track us. Better that we know where he is. At least Benadam is proving useful enough for the moment. He provided us with a wild pig for our dinner. We spent most of our time looking for vegetables and fruits for him. He accepted these gladly. I wonder why he became a hunter, when he clearly prefers the fruits of the earth to the beasts of the woods. He talked a great deal about various animals in the forest. He is a formidable hunter, if his stories are to be believed. He has hunted dragons, griffins, elephants, and stranger creatures. He tells of a creature with a hard shell and terrible pincers. It had threatened a small village, and so he had hunted it down. He did not tell of the kill, but he told us much of how he had hunted it, tracking it to its lair. He talked about how he watched its habits to know the best time to strike. He told us of the valley he used for his battle, but very little on the battle itself. "And then I killed it," he said. Nothing more. It is like that in all of the hunts he recounts. The chase, the tracking, but nothing on the kill. Torn did not press him, nor did I. Neither of us wanted to bring the subject to killing. Crow Day, 21st cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 66th day in the trees. We travel alone once again. Our erstwhile companion left us this afternoon. Torn and I had finally taken the courage to ask him if he was the hunter Torn had heard of. He smiled at us. He told us that he was not. He said that our confusion was not unexpected, however. He is the father of that hunter. And then he told us his story. Once, he and his family were under the watch of a god. The god was a jealous god and wanted them to prove their love for it. 1 part in 10 of their food went to the god. In that time, Ben-Adam was a farmer, and he gave grains to the god. His brother was a shepherd, and gave mutton to the god. The god decided it liked the blood of the lamb, and was pleased with Ben-Adam's brother. The god was not pleased with Ben-Adam. This caused strife between the brothers. Ben-Adam's brother was vain, and began to mock him for his failure. Finally, Ben-Adam attacked his brother in anger. They had never fought before. Ben-Adam, the stronger, won the fight. He had won too well. His brother was dead. Ben-Adam said that his family had never seen death before. It had been an accident, but the god did not believe him. He was exiled. He was also marked. The horns on his head are the marks of that god's anger. All animals know the mark, and all of his family knew it as well. It marked that any who harmed him would be harmed in turn, and several times greater. The god did not want the family to kill him. Not for kindness, but because the god wished to see Ben-Adam's wandering.
Presumably Ben-Adam and the leader of the wild hunt, known variously as Hern, Heron, Herion, and Harrel, is of a species related to but distinct from humanity. This would account for the antlers as well as the extended lifespan. Given the improbability of antlers evolving spontaneously, I suspect that they are a magically created species, perhaps made by the god Ben-Adam mentions. Wizards have been known to act thus in the past. Honestly, give a man a bit of power and it goes straight to his pointy hat.
Ben-Adam wandered for a long time, and finally found a wife among another people. He had many children, but he did not grow old, nor did he die. Neither old age nor death wished to risk his curse. He has wandered since. The earth will not give up any sustenance to him, and so he can never farm again. He can only hunt, and so he became the first huntsman. The leader of the wild hunt, as it is called, is his son by a goddess. He has seen his son at times, and sometimes joins in the hunt. But what he truly hunts, he told us, is his own death. I pray that he will succeed one day. Sky Day, 22nd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 68th day in the trees. Suja has left. We searched and called to her for an hour, but there was no sign of her. We knew we had to go. When I knew that she had left, I felt something strange. I had expected to feel sad. I had expected to feel lonely. And I do. I feel both of those things. But I feel something else much stronger. Pride. Suja, whom I kept safe in my hands, is now strong. She has now become a huntress and will find her own way. I do not need to worry for her any longer. I believe that she will be fine. She will thrive. And perhaps she will find others of her kind and become a mother in time, like the one I so wrongly killed. I remember when she was a baby and could fit so easily in my hand. I remember the first rat she brought me. I remember how she would wrestle with my hand and bite my fingers. I remember so many things about her. I will miss her. Caring for her was difficult, but it made me happy. I enjoyed hearing her purring next to my head while she slept. I enjoyed her rubbing against my hand. I enjoyed watching her explore the forests around us. But it is best for her that she finds her own way. I cannot be too sad, knowing that she goes where she was meant to be. Water on your journey, Suja. Stars to guide your steps. Beer Day, 22nd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 70th day in the trees. I am almost entirely female now. I do not think I will grow anymore. My hips are wide enough to pass eggs. My scales are the colour of bronze. My insides no longer feel wrong. Different, but not unsettled as they did. I feel more balanced than I have since I began this journey. I do not know if I will make it home, but I will survive. We came to another river as we walked today. It was wide and moved slowly. There were fish in the water, which we considered catching for our dinner. In the end, we decided it would be better to seek our dinner elsewhere. We didn't want to eat something that lived so close to the bridge nearby. Bridges should not be made from bones. The bones were of all different sizes. Some seemed to come from creatures larger than myself. Others seemed to come from field mice. There were a number of skulls set in it. They formed an arched bridge over the water. Most were solidly connected by some unknown grey material. Others were tied to the bridge by some sort of string or twine and swung in the breeze.
Such bridges were a common sight at that time, as the Powery population boomed before being balanced by a resurgence of giants.
We did not venture too close. Instead, we swam to the other side. We walked quickly away from the bridge. I do not wish to think about the sort of people who would make such a bridge. I hope we do not meet them. At least we saw a more pleasant sight this afternoon. We were in this sort of forest with little underbrush, but many plants growing in the hollows of the trees. I saw a moving flash of colour and a bird light on a branch not too far from me. It was beautiful, with blue and green feathers and a long, colourful tail.
Most likely a male quetzal, probably of the Pharomacris genus.
It stared back at me for a moment, and then it was gone. Such a strange forest. Skull Day, 22nd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 71st day in the trees. We are in a dark part of the woods today. The trees above us grow close together, their branches intertwining to form a dense roof.
The travellers found themselves in a triple canopy rainforest from the sound of it.
Occasionally, glints of light from up above prove it is day, but I have to use my lamp to see. Occasionally, Small creatures will move near our feet, too quickly for us to see just what they are. There are sounds from beyond the reach of the light. Things not as large as Torn, but larger than a rabbit. They seem to be keeping their distance for now. They are probably curious. Still, it is disquieting to hear these things, but not to see them. Even with the light from the lantern, there is little I can tell about our surroundings. It's like being in a cave or an unlit building. The trees around us are covered by a thick, leprous-seeming fungus. Ropey white strings fall from the trees like hairs. Mushrooms of all kinds are evident. The cloying smell of rotting leaves is almost overwhelming. Long, worm-like creatures occasionally move through the leaf litter. I thought they were snakes the first time I saw them, but they are covered in a thick slime and far too flexible to be serpents. Their bodies are long and black, with small white feelers at one end. One coiled around Torn's ankle, and he nearly fell over trying to get it off.
Numbworms, Potascus torpius, a small but very dangerous creature that prefers to live in damp caves and particularly dense stretches of forest.
The slime numbed his skin, and it was an hour before he had full feeling in that foot again. His trousers are now tucked into his boots. Fortunately, my scales seem to provide some defense against them. That, or perhaps I am not susceptible to their poison. We are sleeping in a hollow formed by two trees that fell against each other. We cleared the ground of leaves and set up our camp. We will both be watching carefully tonight. There's no telling what might find us here. Erev Day, 22nd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 72nd day in the trees. We remain in the darkness. It is a strange place. I begin to see better in the dark, as does Torn, though we still need the lamp. But we now see things further from it. There are strange creatures in this dark environment. Today, we saw something very pale moving through the gloom. It was only a faint white smudge on the edge of our vision at first, but gradually came into view. It moved on 4 legs and had sparse, near-transparent hair on bone-white skin. Its legs each ended on large, thick feet, with long toes ending in small claws. Its ears were wonders to behold, twice the size of its head, and ribbed to support their own weight. Little tendrils grew from its nose, and when it touched nose to earth, they twisted about as though searching. There were no eyes in its head, nor was there any place to put them. Where sockets should have been, there was only blank skin. When it neared us, its head shot up suddenly, and it gave a series of warbling yips, cocking its ears as it did so. It turned to face us directly and then ran off, releasing a cloud of dust from the decaying leaves. We heard another series of yips a bit later from much further away, though I cannot be certain that it was the same one.
I do not recognize the species, but it seems to have some sort of echolocation, some relative of the bat perhaps, or a land-dwelling cetacean.
There are spiders here too. They are not so large as a tarantula in body size, but their legs are much longer, stretching as wide as my 2 hands together. They are grey in colour, like dust. Their webs are odd. Instead of stretching between 2 places, they dangle like veils from the branches.
Again, not a species I'm familiar with. Their webs remind me of certain species of fly larvae that capture prey using strands of silk suspended from the ceilings of caves.
It would be sure to move terribly in the wind, except that there is no wind now. There is not so much as a breeze. The air is still and dead in this place. Strange. I cannot remember just when the wind stopped. I'm sure there was wind when we last saw sky, but I cannot remember when it stopped blowing around us. Crow Day, 22nd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 74th day in the trees. 3 days in this place. It begins to grow wearisome. This place is like a tomb, a place where old ghosts linger. There are few things to eat, and most of it is unpalatable. The fungus feeds on the rotting leaves, the small worms feed on the fungus, larger worms feed on the smaller worms, flying, stilling Creshly feed on the large worms, and the spiders feed on the Creshly. There are larger creatures, like the eyeless thing we saw, but most of them remain far from us. But these are small things, minor dangers. We've learned that there are worse things in these woods. I sometimes forget that Torn knows more about the dangers of these woods than I. Despite his sometimes cavalier attitude, he saved me once again today. We had been walking for many hours when we came across a group of trees. Even in the dim light, we could see something was unusual about them. For one thing, they grew straight, like nails driven upward out of the ground. For another, they were small, stunted things with few leaves or branches. They seemed as though they had been damaged somehow, perhaps by disease, or merely by the absence of light. There were very few young trees in this part of the forest. I was about to take a closer look, but Torn advised caution. There was something about the trees that he did not like. "Stay back from the trees. Take care. There's more than your eye sees. Beware." Staying well away from the closest of the strange trees, he took a stick and knocked one of the larger worms into the midst of them. It landed with a wet thump, muffled slightly by the ever-present leaf litter. The closest tree split lengthways along its middle, and a long, thick pink tongue shot out, hitting the worm with such force that the leaves around it flew up in a cloud. The tongue immediately retracted back into the tree. The worm stuck to its tip.
Some sort of animal, clearly. Obviously an ambush predator of some sort, waiting for prey to get close enough to catch with those tongues. I wonder if the tree trunks are part of the animal, something the animal builds around itself, or perhaps something that forms naturally, that the animal takes advantage of. And are they completely immobile? Presumably, if the trunks are part of the creature, they are rooted in the ground, as though they were truly trees. Yes, the trunk itself must be well anchored to the ground to compensate for the force of the tongue. Otherwise, it would tip over each time.
I wasn't sure that it could actually lift something of my size, but I really did not want to experiment. I noticed the way the path wound between them, but never passed near any of them. Experimenting with more worms, we discovered that none of these trees, if trees they were, could quite reach the path. Carefully, keeping as close to the middle of the path as possible, we walked through them. We held each other, in case the trees should take one of us, that the weight of the other might dissuade it. Occasionally one would snap, the tongue coming within a foot of us. Once, it startled me so that I jumped to the right and was nearly hit by a second tongue from the tree on that side. We did not move again for several minutes, hardly daring to breathe. When we were at last through, my heart felt as though it had been held tightly by some invisible fist and then suddenly released. I almost collapsed. We decided to go a little further and then rest. Once we could no longer hear the tongue slapping into the ground, we stopped, feeling drained. Marday, 23rd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn, 75th day in the trees. This place seems to grow cramped, more closed in. Torn says it is no smaller than it was yesterday, or the day before, but I still feel as though the trees are closing in on me, as though there was not enough air. The stale air seems too thick to breathe. I wish I had a wind, or some sunlight, or even another animal. We hear things, yes, we hear things moving, but never in reach of the lamp's light. Worse, we are beginning to run low on oil. If we do not find our way out of this cave of trees soon, we will be lost in the darkness. Torn occasionally says some bit of doggerel and cracks a smile, but it is a fragile cheer, forced and artificial. He has not truly sung since the sun was banished by the thick, cursed branches that twist and knit themselves above our heads. We stood this morning for nearly an hour, where a small beam of sun made it through the branches. When it vanished, blocked by the branches overhead, we nearly came to despair. Occasionally we hear the warbling yips of the eyeless creatures that haunt this place. Bats flutter about, occasionally catching in the loose webs that hang from the trees. Their high-pitched screams take on a new intensity then, until the spider arrives to end it. The screams kept me awake last night as I tried to sleep. I would be almost asleep when I would hear them, and their fluttering as they tried to free themselves. I found myself hating them, praying the spiders would kill them quickly. What is this place doing to me? I think my senses are playing tricks on me. Today I was holding the lantern in front of me. On the path ahead, I looked at my shadow on the ground. It was a moment before I realized it should be behind me. Then, and I am sure that I saw this, it fluttered off the ground and flew into the darkness. Was this another magic? Or some strange beast? Or am I going mad?
Some sort of spirit, perhaps. Possibly a related phenomenon to the Tattergast, though presumably less dangerous.
I also imagine I hear things muttering just beyond the limits of our vision. I can make out no words, just a low murmur. The sounds of an animal? I could almost swear there was intelligible speech behind it, if I could just listen closely enough. But they always move away before we can get close enough. Sky Day, 23rd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 76th day in the trees. There are people out there, we now know. They step carefully, for there are very few traces, but they made a mistake. We moved slowly for what must have been an hour, and then ran forward. We heard them scatter, but they were not expecting us to move so quickly. We found an area where the leaves had been disturbed. There were footprints. We moved other leaves and found more. They seemed to be two-legged, from what we could see. Their feet are long and widen quite a bit toward the front. Their feet end in long claws that dig into the soil and pierce the leaves. I imagine their feet are very rough, or else the worms that crawl among the leaves would give them problems. They are never far away now, since we found proof that they are out there. Occasionally we can make out a word, though we do not know their meanings. Karetsa, we might hear, or Scaphis. What are they thinking? Are they angry? Are they afraid? What will they do? Fortunately, they have no intention of entering the light. I think perhaps they are sensitive to it. Perhaps they have large eyes to be able to see in this place.
Once again, I must say it's a pity Aframos was not a proper naturalist. She had an excellent mind for observation and deduction.
So that gives us protection. Until the lamp runs out, at least. Rock Day, 23rd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 77th day in the trees. The creatures are closing in. Now we can hear them quite well, though they speak very softly. We see the occasional glimmer of light from their eyes, or, increasingly, from bits of metal on the ends of poles. Spears, I suspect. Their bodies are not large. Though their feet are larger than Torn's, they stand only as tall as his chest. They stand hunched over. Their shoulders seem very large, though I cannot tell if that is natural or if they wear something over them. An hour ago, one gave a loud, tail-curling scream. I puffed up involuntarily. It is fortunate that Torn made my robes loose. They did not make that sound again for half an hour. What is it? A war cry? A warning? Or is it some strange greeting? No. If this were simply a greeting, they would not have come in such numbers, armed with spears. I wish I knew why they were doing this. Are they angry, frightened, or merely hungry? If I knew, perhaps I could convince them not to attack. Torn has taken from his pack a club made from a dark, heavy wood. I have the dagger given to me by Twisthorn. If they attack, well, we will not go down alone. It is small comfort, but at least they can be sure they will remember us for some time to come. The lamp is growing dimmer now. We thought to build a fire, but this place is so dry, Torn fears that it would create a blaze that would overtake us. We cannot get a fire to light. There is only enough oil left for another hour's light, no more. Then the darkness will cover us. Then will we learn their intentions. Tresday, 23rd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 81st day in the trees. It is good to write in my journal again. Indeed, it is good to see my journal in the light of day again, and not have to grope around in the darkness. It has been 4 days since the lamp ran out of oil. We thought that we were in for a terrible night. Indeed, we were, for the Capellan believed we were demons, sent by the Light Ones to destroy them. The Capellan were, of course, the people whom we were so afraid of. We did not know that, of course. We only knew that, when the lamp died, we heard them rush forward, all of them screaming at once. And then they stopped, barely 10 feet from us. I was right about their eyes. They can see in the darkwoods, though they have no knowledge of colours. But they still could see us well enough, once they were no longer blinded by the light. And they saw the bracelets we wore. I still don't understand the significance of the bracelets, but it had a powerful effect on the Capellan. They immediately began to rush around us. They started to make conciliatory noises at us, coming forward with empty hands. When they realised we could not see, they guided us to their camp. We were suspicious at first, but they were not attacking, and we decided it would be best not to fight at that point. Besides, they had already taken our packs with them. There was only one who spoke the trade language, an ancient Capel who had to be carried there in a litter. Srebek explained that the bracelet signified, among other things, that we were Hreshelan. A Hreshel is one who is followed by strong forces, or as he put it,
great things happen when we stop Hreshelan by to places. Stop you by to here. Are we very glad? Us for good luck.
He is actually a very intelligent speaker, but he tends to use the grammar of his own language.
The Capellan language has some similarities with Vernian. Also, their inability to speak fluent trade tongue speaks to a resistance to mental alteration. Together, these would imply the Capellan are apes of the genus Latratus. Therefore, I would tentatively name them Latratus capelli.
They were willing to guide us to the end of the dark woods, or at least as close as they could come. They cannot venture too closely to the places where sun streams past the branches, for fear that it will blind them. Still, they understood our need for more light to see than they do. I think they pity us, believing as they do that the lighted world is full of demons and monsters, more terrible than anyone could imagine. It took 4 days to reach the end of the dark woods, 4 days of scrambling through the leaf litter, tripping over roots, and crawling about on all fours. The last 5 hours were spent alone, our guide having left us behind. We had a bad few minutes until we finally reached the first dim light that led us forward. We cautiously made our way through, and then, ahead of us, we saw bright light. At first, it seemed like the sun was shining directly into our eyes, so accustomed had we become to the darkness. Then, as we crept closer, our eyes gradually adjusted. We could see the green. Green! A bright, blessed green. And flowers. Reds, yellows, blues, and purples. I had not realised how much I missed colours until I saw them again. We rushed forward until we stood blinking in the sunlight, laughing. Torn danced and leapt and fell into the flowers. letting their pollen dust him until his clothes were streaked with yellow. The road is clear ahead of us. We are surrounded by trees, yes, but these are lively trees, and the wind is blowing through them. I feel the wind blowing around me as well. I could sit for an hour, just breathing in the fresh air. I built a small shrine by the side of the road to whatever god created that breeze. We made camp not far away. It was only afternoon, but it seemed we could use a rest among the flowers. I feel much better for it. Tomorrow is soon enough for us to get underway again. Crow Day, 23rd cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 82nd day in the trees. I looked into the book again. It remains mostly incomprehensible, but today there are a few interesting passages. On the first page, I was able to read, "In a hill over a lake there was a tomb, and in this tomb there lived a man named Elger Welv." He was not the intended resident of the tomb. That worthy man was near the back in a casket, and though he was not dead, neither did he live. Neither of them had left the tomb in over 100 years. The king couldn't, and Elger was afraid. He feared death and age, but only the tomb's magic sustained him. It is indecipherable after that. There is a picture of a cave in a hill, surrounded by twisty branches and old underbrush. A human's face peeks out from the opening, and I can almost smell myrrh rising from the page. I wonder if it is a true story. Torn says that this is not the first such king he's heard of. Apparently, some kings choose to remain behind in case their people need them again.
If you travel in the woods long enough, the odds that you will encounter one of these tombs becomes a near certainty. They are all over the woods and contain all manner of kings, knights, wizards and emperors, all waiting for the day when they will be needed again. Should you find yourself accidentally intruding on such a place, first take care not to run afoul of magical or physical traps. Even if they're no longer fully operational by the time you arrive, and they likely won't be, they may still destabilize the tomb, causing either a collapse or a chronotic unwinding event. If you meet with a guardian of the tomb or with its occupant, remember that it's impolite to tell them that the time has come when it really hasn't. It's not funny, and it causes headaches all around.
I do not like the idea very much. Magic can grant immortality, true, but it is rarely satisfactory in the long run. I would not like to be the one to pay the price. The other entries are more cryptic and scattered throughout the book. They wear the bones of their enemies, but be not fooled, for they are of the blood. Walking in the sunlight, the pair moved where their friends could not. Final price will be a friendship. Will you know in time? Next to the last, there is a picture of chains and an open hand. It is strange, but I think that if I could just read the rest of the text, I would understand everything, including who gave us this book. I've also begun carving Torn's walking stick. I believe I will carve his face into the top of it, where there is a thick knob of wood. Lower down, I will carve leaves and bells, I think. Hopefully, he will be pleased when I'm finished. Mar Day, 24th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 83rd day in the trees. Today, I learned a bit more of Torn. He will not tell me how he came to be in the woods, but at least he told me more of himself. He is of a people who build boats and travel on rivers. They have no homeland of their own, but move through the lands of others, trading as they go. He grew up on his uncle's boat, learning that trade. I asked if all of his people dressed as he did. He laughed for a moment, and then said that while few dressed quite as he did, They did like clothes of several colours.
Fools and other travelling entertainers are often dressed in bright, garish clothing, which serves as a warning to others, much like certain poisonous frogs.
He pointed to a butterfly. It was pale blue with yellow eye spots on its wings, with a wingspan the length of one of his fingers. "That is where we get our fashion," he said. "The original trendsetters themselves." I thought he was joking, but he told me a legend among his people. Long ago, the first people came to be. They were not human. There were no humans then, nor Barrow, nor Darrowai, nor the Pale Ones. There was only one people in those days, and they are the ancestors for all the rest. The youngest daughters of the first man was called Iluen. She was beautiful, but was very proud. They wore clothing even then, but it was simple, plain, and unpleasant to look upon. So she went to the flowers and the plains and asked if they would lend her their colour. They loved her, and so did as she asked, changing her clothing until they had put every colour in them. It looked better now, but it was not enough. Drape colourful rags on yourself, and they are still rags. She next went to the lion on his hill. She asked if he would cut the fabric into new shapes. The lion loved her, and did as she asked, letting her guide his claws over the fabric. Her clothes were now in regular shapes, but still were not enough. They merely covered her body. They did not match its shape. So she went to old Aunt Spider, who had given them the first fabric, and asked if she could help her to put the pieces back together in a new shape. Unlike the flowers or the lion, old Aunt Spider had no special love for Iluen. But she loved beauty, and for beauty's sake she agreed. She created silk, with which Iluen sewed the fabric together, using a thorn as a needle. Finally, Iluen had her new clothing, the first dress. She was very proud of her dress and walked through the forest, eager to show it off to other people. However, before she could reach the village, she was met by the spirit of an oak tree. Now, even then, this oak spirit was very old. She was almost as old as Aunt Spider, but she did not love beauty. She hated it, for she had been beautiful once. She set upon Iluen, tearing her dress to shreds.
"There," she said. "No one will see your pretty clothing."
Iluen did not cry, for the first of the really bad things had yet to happen, and the first tear had yet to be shred. But she was sad that none of the others would get to see the dress she had worked so hard on. The spirits of the air saw all of this. They had watched as Iluen had worked so hard and felt it wasn't fair for something that meant so much to her to be destroyed. They could not repair the dress, but they could let others see what she had done. They gave life to the shreds of the dress until they began to move. They became the first butterflies, and they brought beauty to the world ever since. Iluen would go on to make other dresses and invent other new styles of clothing, becoming the mother of tailors and seamstresses. As for the old oak spirit, the other spirits took pity on her. She was reborn as the first pine, a tree that is beautiful even in the winter. In the end, the spirit would learn that it wasn't beauty that made her happy. But that is another story. It was an interesting story. It is a strange thought that all people could be descended from the same tribe.
Of course, all species are believed to be related, if not as closely as Torn's story would indicate, with the exception of the Revision and Oversight Committee, naturally.
I find it to be unlikely myself. Humans are far more like apes than they are like Barrow, as we are more like dragons or lizards. Still, I would not be ashamed to share some kinship with Torn, Srebek, Maish, Twisthorn, or any of the other people I have met on my journey. Sky Day, 24th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 84th day in the trees. I think that Torn has been hurt terribly. Not physically, at least not in any permanent fashion, but in his mind and his heart. He laughs, he smiles, but there is something just on the edge of his smile, at the back of his eyes, like something hunted. I had not noticed it before, but he does not sleep wrapped up very tightly in the blankets. He always loosens them before going to sleep. When we make camp, his eyes keep moving, as though searching for some hidden danger. Were these things not there before, or did I simply not notice them until now? Last night, he woke up screaming. There was a moment when he didn't seem to know me or where he was. He tore the blankets from his body and huddled against a tree. He didn't speak for a moment and then told me it was merely a bad dream. A bad dream, perhaps, but no mere horodak. No, this was a tredak or a naroda.
The Barrow have a hierarchy of dreams. A horodak, literally a fog dream, is a mild nightmare. A tredak is a fear or terror dream, and much worse. Finally, a naroda, which translates very roughly to trance, is a state in which one spouts visions. Like many nomadic, spiritualistic cultures, Barrow are highly susceptible to prophecy and other undesirable magical effects.
Since he did not chant any prophecies, I must assume it was a tredak. What happened to him, that he should have so much fear? Why does he hide it so carefully? I knew there were things he did not wish to speak of, but I had not realized how terrible his fears might be. I will need to be careful with him. I wish my second father were here. He would know the words that would unlock those fears, and he would know how to enter Torn's Dakrame to help conquer them. I wish that I could ward his soul so easily. All I can do is listen well, and hope that when the time comes, he will trust me. He has saved me several times, as I have saved him. He is not clan, but he is as close a friend as I could wish, and it tears me inside to know he is in pain. This morning he was himself again, making little songs. But there was a crack in his mask. He seemed too intent to convince me, and was therefore not convincing at all. But if he does not wish to broach the subject now, I will let it rest. It will do no good to force him, and may indeed do harm. Beer Day, 24th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 86th day in the trees. We are currently staying in the home of a tree. It says we may call it branching early. It is not its name, but it says that its name cannot be spoken. It can be smelled and felt and digested, but it cannot be said, because that is not the language of the trees, which is passed from root to root all across the forest. Branching early is a very rough approximation of his name, much as Rising Whistle 2 Clicks was a rough approximation of the name of Twisthorn's friend. It is a fruit tree, bearing something called a wise plum.
The wise plum, Prunus sapiens, are very cordial hosts. However, take care not to use fire carelessly, or to otherwise show a lack of care for the tree's sensitivities. Bovie Estuard's paper, 5 Days with Many Flowers, is an excellent primer for anyone planning to visit one of these unusual vegetable intelligences.
It offered several to us, which I ate. Torn begged off, looking somewhat nauseous. He told me privately he did not like the idea of eating something that grew from a person. I understand the sentiment, but branching early was very insistent. It speaks by means of a bellows and something that resembles a metal horn attached to a flute. Branches work the bellows, while the finger-like twigs work in the instrument. Its voice squeals somewhat, but it is not unpleasant. It is almost like music, in fact. I fear we noticed the instrument before we noticed branching early. We were examining it when the branches moved, and the tree said hello. We were taken aback, I must admit. Still, it has made an effort. It made a face of sorts in its trunk. A thick, short branch makes a nose, with 2 bowls for eyes, and bumps on the trunk suggesting a mouth, eyebrows, and even cheekbones. It says somewhat human face. Torn says it looks like a very old man, which Branching Early said was appropriate, for it is a very old tree. It sees with its leaves, actually, and hears with small fluid-filled bowls in its wood that move with the sound. Apparently, several of the other wise plum trees learned how to do this and told the rest. They communicate very quickly with each other, and these new senses had given them much more to discuss. They already had senses of touch, of scent, and several others that were useful to trees. After some effort, they had figured out the trade language. They had written at first, and then, when a young smith from a town far away figured out how to make the instruments, learned to speak. There were only a few trees that had them. Branching Early was given one in consideration for its great age and wisdom, it informed us proudly. It was very accommodating towards us, in fact. It only asked that we be very careful about our campfires, and not to cut down wise plums for firewood. Those were the reasons they had gone through all the effort of learning to hear, to see, and finally to talk. They could expend a certain amount of effort to resist being turned into firewood or lumber, but they were almost powerless against forest fires. They now were determined to instruct everyone in the woods about the dangers of uncontrolled fire. Branching Early said, perhaps a bit wistfully, that there is also some small hope that some enterprising soul will discover a surefire cure for bark beetles, but it was not so confident about that. Our own campfire is all that Branching Early could cope, thanks largely to Torn, who knows of such things. We keep it ringed with stones and clear brush back from it, so that it does not get out of control. Branching was very grateful to us, and offered more of its plums. Torn is claiming he's allergic. No matter, they taste good, and this means there is more for me. Skull Day, 24th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 87th day in the trees. We are no longer on the path. While we walked, we came across strange fruit that had fallen onto the path. The fruit were the size of Torn's head. The tree from which they had dropped was overhanging the path. It had strange, thick bark with stony growths over it. We were coming close when suddenly there was a loud bang and a harsh smell in the air.
Likely the fruit of the petard tree. Such an ingenuitive method of seed dispersal. The fruit of this tree contains several chemicals that are kept separate while the fruit grows on the tree. Once the fruit separates and falls, the barriers between the chemicals break down until they're able to mix. This creates an exothermic reaction that produces large quantities of steam within the fruit. The fruit then breaks open explosively, expelling tough seeds like shrapnel, as well as large quantities of an insect-repelling vapor. The seeds travel some distance before settling into the soil, where they can grow into a new petard tree.
Something flashed past my face, and I felt pain on the side of my head and wetness as blood streamed down the side. There was a great deal of smoke streaming from where the fruit had been. There was another bang, and Torn fell to his knees. I picked him up and ran, stumbling blindly. There were more bangs, and I could hear the vegetation above us tearing and crashing. Leaves and branches fell across my back, and I dared not stay still. By the time I felt we were safe, we were well away from the path. Torn's calf has a nasty gash, but he is able to walk, and aside from the bleeding, my head is fine. However, I am unsure how we will regain the path. Path or no, we will have to continue on. Erev Day, 24th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 88th day in the trees. It is difficult to travel away from the path. We must go around trees, bushes, and other obstacles. There are hills and gullies we must climb, rocks that block the way. Game trails help at times, but they only go so far and twist in strange directions.
It's recommended that visitors to the woods stay on the road when at all possible. While many naturalists and explorers have made great discoveries off the beaten path, the dangers of encountering vicious predators, ancient curses, or traveling salesmen increased dramatically.
This was to be expected. What I did not expect was how out of place I feel. The path was often dangerous and strange, but it was a place for travellers. I never felt I was an intruder on the path. Here, there is no sign that anyone else has ever passed this way. No ruts from wheels or footprints, no wear on the ground. We are alone with the beasts and the plants. Despite the walls of trees and undergrowth, I feel very exposed. If we are attacked, we will find it difficult to run. A predator could be at arm's length, and I wouldn't know. That is not to say we are shaking in fear at every shadow. I am sure we will make it safely through, but I doubt I will relax before we again reach the path. Torn doesn't share my wariness. While he pays attention to our surroundings, he seems almost more at ease here than he did on the path. He whistles, hums, and sings a little. I could tell him not to sing. We do not know what it will draw to us. Yet I cannot bring myself to make him stop. It gives him great comfort, and I must admit a part of me is comforted as well. His singing is no better than it has ever been, but it is familiar. He is cooking our meal. He managed to be quiet just long enough to catch a few unwary rabbits, so he shall eat well tonight. Crow Day, 24th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 90th day in the trees. I have been so worried about beasts or monsters finding us that I failed to think of the danger of the trees and plants. Of course, we have encountered dangerous plants before, though most had some other creature within them. The angry little faces in the oaks, or the ants that lived with the flowers, for example. But the path gave us some distance from plants we needed to avoid for the most part. Now that we must push through bushes and under trees, it is much more difficult. We are much more likely to blunder into danger without realizing it. We had made our way through a grove of strange, sickly trees. Their bark was grey, and their leaves were white. They did not merely twist like most of the trees here, but leaned precariously. They would have fallen if their branches did not reach out and steady themselves on other trees. On closer inspection, these branches pierced and sank into the bodies of other trees, which themselves seemed less vibrant for the contact.
Greater mistletoe, Viscum hiario, a species which has grown to resemble the trees that most mistletoe species parasitize. Readers of Taranach Fuddler's Ravelwood's Plants, A Diner's Guide will recognize both the danger and the culinary potential of this plant.
But we did not suspect any danger to ourselves, so we pushed through. When we were partway through, we felt the branches trying to curl over us. They were not terribly strong nor fast, but it was still worrying. It was even more so when we noticed bones scattered at the bottom of the trees. We left the trees as quickly as we could and tried to put it out of our minds. However, not long after, we were both beset by a terrible itch. It soon grew into sharp pains. We looked closely at ourselves and found small white berries clinging to our bodies where the branches had touched us. They had tendrils that were digging into our skin. The tendrils were turning red before our eyes, a red that swirled into the bodies of the berries themselves. We were able to remove them, thankfully. I can imagine that an animal unable to reach them would have far more trouble. What would be its ultimate fate? Would the berries fall off after they had their fill? Or would they continue to suck and grow, the tendrils digging deeper? We will need to be more careful as we continue to stray from the path. Sky Day, 25th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 92nd day in the trees. We continue to push through the forest. We have yet to return to the path. I have a new appreciation for paths and roads. Not only are they far easier to walk on, they show us which direction to go, or at least a direction to go. A path must lead somewhere, or it would not be a path. We do not know where we are going. If I knew the stars of this place, I could navigate that way. But even when I can make them out between the branches, I can't see any of the constellations I am familiar with. I did not know it was possible to travel so far that the stars changed, but I appear to have managed it. Torn said that other travellers on the path have told him that any time they left the path, they still returned to it after a few days, which was comforting. Or it was, until he added, "But those who never found the trail would not be met so sound and hale." Regardless, we have no choice but to keep moving. We will not find our way by standing still.
If you are lost in the woods, it is normally best to stay in place so you can be found by rescuers. However, this assumes that rescuers are searching for you. Also, that you are not being hunted by something that wants to eat you, or worse, sell you magazines.
We made our camp in a hollow formed by a fallen tree that was massive in life. Three-Barrow could have laid head to foot on the stump and stretched out comfortably. A bend in the crooked log made a comfortable shelter. We have made no fire, and as the sun sets, it will soon be too dark to write anymore. Rock Day, 25th cycle, 7th year, 81st turn. 93rd day in the trees. We have found the path, but we cannot reach it. After the sun went down last night, we heard movement through the woods near us. Several creatures or people were walking nearby. We huddled in the back of our shelter and stayed silent. Soon, something approached and began pulling at the brush and branches Torn had piled in front of the hollow. We could hear its ragged breath as it tested the barrier. I do not know why it made us so tense. We have encountered other predators before, other dangers. Perhaps it was only that we have been off the path, but I could feel my scales turn dark with fear. After several minutes, there was a scream in the distance. The creature before us stopped and then let out a keening yell. It took off at a run as other cries answered it. Torn and I spent a sleepless night, huddled closely, trying to be as quiet as possible. The sun was up for several hours before we dared emerge. There were many tracks on the ground. The creatures had walked on 2 feet, and we could see that they had 4 toes on each leg. Neither of us spoke as we left the hollow. Part of me felt like a silly conlin, frightened of shadows, and I felt a contrary urge to shout, to show I was not afraid. But another part of me remembered that strange keening, and I stayed silent. Torn determined they had continued in the direction we had been going. We turned to the left. Lost as we were, it was as good as any direction but back, and better by far, we felt, than meeting the makers of those tracks. We wished to travel with both haste and quiet, but we were poorly served for either. Dense undergrowth, old fallen branches and twigs, and startled birds conspired to slow us down and make noise. It was early afternoon when we heard that keening sound behind us. We looked at each other and broke into a run. Heedless of thorns and branches, we hurtled over fallen trees and rocks. We slowed only when the other lagged behind. It felt we had run for hours, but it was likely only moments when we broke the tree line into a clearing next to a river. Another time, I might have taken in the flowers in the field, or stopped to look more closely at the river. But what drew my attention immediately was the wooden tower atop a rock base.
These towers date back to the attempt by Emperor Orberg to expand the influence of the, poorly named, Eternal Empire of Thesk by patrolling trade routes outside his borders, ostensibly to dissuade bandits. Due to the unstable nature of the Ravelwoods and other less concrete realities, this turned into an impossible, wasteful exercise that ultimately bankrupted the Empire. The remaining towers turn up from time to time, serving as both a monument to poorly thought-out schemes and also as a handy shelter.
The door to the tower was set above the ground, at about twice my height. Handhelds were carved into the rock leading up to it. I helped Torn up to the door, and he wrestled it open and disappeared within. I began to try climbing up myself, but the handhelds were too small for me, and I fell back to the ground. I stole a glance back and saw white shapes moving through the underbrush. I realized I was looking at white bone. As the first broke through the trees, I could make out the hollow eyes of a predator's skull. At the same time, something fell on my shoulder, and I shouted with fear before I realized it was a rope. "Quick!" Torn yelled. "It's tied off!" I scrambled up. A thin hand gripped my ankle, but fell back as I kicked against the bone. Then I was in, and Torn closed the door. There were scratching sounds at the walls below us, but we seemed to be safe. The room was largely bare, with only a few small chairs and a table. Narrow windows had shutters closed tightly over them. A set of stairs led up to the next story. We wrestled the table in front of the door, and put the tables leaned against it for good measure. Then, with a space to breathe, we opened a window and looked down below. The white bone creatures were prowling around the base of the tower. They were not simple skeletons. Rather, each seems to be a collection of bones from many different skeletons. They walk on two legs, keeping their arms held close to their bodies. Tails of ribs and vertebrae stretch out behind them. Each has a different skull than the others. Some predators like wolves or cats. Some prey animals like camels or wild sheep. One skull, Torn tells me, looks much like his would, were he not using it. The river flows swiftly, breaking white over the rocks. Occasionally, bright silver fish jump out against the current.
Possibly Strupent's perpetual salmon, a species that continually seeks its spawning grounds but never quite makes it there.
On the other side of the river, there is the path, as open and inviting as we might ever have wished. A bow could hit it easily with an arrow, but we cannot reach it without dealing with the creatures below and then swimming across the river. And so, we are currently trapped. The creatures cannot seem to climb, but we dare not leave the tower while they are there.
Sadly, this is where the volume ends. Perhaps it was here, away from the path, that Aframos met her demise to some savage specimen of the Ravelwoods. Or perhaps, given the fortitude and sheer size of the Barrow nomads, she simply misplaced her journal or ran out of ink. I would like to imagine the latter is the case, and that she completed her journey and redeemed her family's standing with the tribe. Regardless, what remains of Aframos Longjourney is a priceless chronicle of her travels that adds to the richness and deep history that we know and challenges some of our most common presumptions of the Ravelwoods. I can only hope that more of her journals will surface. Perhaps you, dear reader, have knowledge of such volumes. Avos Tor, Scholar of the Rev Library.